Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 6 of What If an Evil Assassin Reincarnated in Naruto as a Human-Tailed Beast. Let the tale begin. Chapter 126, The Sage, Departure, and Intel. Jiraiya sat down in a meditative position in the middle of a clearing. He sat on a large rock somewhat close to the hollowed-out trunk of the tree he had decided to rest in. He tried his best to sense the nature energy around him. He wasn't trying to draw it into him but to control it. He was failing miserably, as nature energy, much like Churka, was almost impossible to control while outside of the body. A regular sage could infuse their attacks and jutsu with nature energy, but they couldn't actually manipulate the nature energy outside of their body. Kin seemed to be the only exception to that rule, and now Jiraiya was also doing his best to break out of the mold in some way. But he was unfortunately banging his head on a wall by trying to replicate his barely human senjutsu coach. In the first place, it was awfully arrogant of him to even bother trying. He wasn't even considered a perfect sage by the standards of the Toes yet. It would take a miracle for him to be able to replicate even a small percentage of Ken's mastery and control. It was never a fair contest anyway. Ken had been manipulating nature energy all of his life, constantly. Almost 14 years of constant nature energy manipulation. They were living in different worlds entirely. Maybe I'll be able to do it in the future. Who knows, as long as I keep studying under him, everything might just work out. The Sannin had a long road ahead of him. Unfortunately, it wasn't going to be a straight road. But for now, the fledgling sage could feel progress right up ahead. And all of a sudden, he no longer felt like stopping. Instead of just observing the energy around him, he started drawing it in. His mind entered a zone, one in which his focus was entirely directed to that nature energy. And slowly, he gathered it. With practiced ease, he felt his body slightly shifting, growing stronger as it absorbed that energy. He had finally done it! The first time in his life that he had reached that state unaided by others. In the past, he had a lot of issues attracting the nature energy, but now it all seemed to flow naturally. It was the first time in his life that Jiraiya felt that powerful. It was a feeling so strong that it could get someone drunk. Excitement overtook him for one moment, and it all came crashing down. He felt the energy within his body go wild, and like many times before, the nature energy from all around him rushed into his body, just like before, uncontrollably. Even though he wasn't using any toad oil, the nature energy from around him seemed to be attracted by the energy in his body. Too much, far too much for him to control. But if he moved and broke his concentration, then the balance would shift, and he'd surely become a statue. Worst part? There was no one there to help him. In those few seconds that he struggled, Jiraiya couldn't help but curse at his own stupidity. Ma and Pa had warned him endlessly that he was to not practice on his own, that he was not yet prepared. In that instant, just as he felt his body transforming and gaining frog-like features, a large hand grabbed his head and gripped tight, taking away his breath instantly. The Sannin opened his eyes in shock. He looked at the figure in front of him through the gaps between his fingers. A tall man with an arm that was bulging with muscles, covered in scales, a palm that was as large as half of the Sannin's head, fingers wrapped around his head. It was obviously Ken, or the Red Dot. The child that just so happened to be his current teacher in Senjutsu. Just as quickly, Jiraiya could feel the nature energy within him get snatched away unceremoniously. He felt that large hand let go and immediately rolled backwards a few times, taking a few deep breaths and clutching at his chest for a few seconds. I'd appreciate it if you don't try to kill yourself in the future. You're not yet ready to enter sage mode by yourself, especially not in this area. His teacher's voice sounded out in that small patch of forest. Thanks. But what's wrong with this place? I've never been able to attract that much nature energy by myself before. Jiraiya muttered as he tried to get a better grasp of the situation and his surroundings. This place and all areas surrounding it are marred. The nature energy is very different from the one on Mount Maiboku or other areas. It's due to it being filtered through me for a long period of time. It's easy to attract and hard to control for others that aren't me, or at least that seems to be the case. You're lucky I always pay attention to my surroundings. and that I rarely sleep. Ken shook his transformed arm and it turned back into the arm of a human without much issue. The blind assassin then cracked his neck and sighed, allowing the Sannin to take in his previous words. I guess I should have expected something like this to happen. Nothing about you or around you will ever be normal, I guess. Jiraiya laughed a bit as he slowly stood up, finally regaining his bearings. In his mind, he was also considering the blind assassin's last sentence. He rarely sleeps, huh? Is that why he's that much more mature than someone his age should be? Even then it's pretty odd to consider. Sleep is rather essential for a human to function properly. Although the world they lived in had yet to study the medical benefits of healthy sleep, they still had some basic understanding of the concept. Well, their understanding came from a rather obvious place. Namely, sleep deprivation was oftentimes used as a tool to torture prisoners to help get information out of them. Jiraiya had seen it with his own two eyes, how someone who hadn't slept in around 7 days. The man was already showing signs of going crazy. So he had a good example of how lack of sleep could look in someone. But no one had bothered to look into the benefits of getting enough sleep. The Sannin's thoughts wandered for a second or two, as he blinked and wobbled a bit, slightly dizzy from the sudden lack of strength in his body. He had just experienced the strength one would have as a perfect sage after all. But it was stripped away in an instant when Ken touched him, leaving him feeling feeble. Now that we've got that out of the way. Ken clapped his hands, breaking the Sannin out of his mindscape and bringing him back to the real world. Yes, sorry for going behind your back and trying this. It could have ended real bad. Jiraiya only now realized just how badly he had screwed up. He hadn't just endangered himself, but also Ken's relationship with both the Toads and the Leaf Village. After all, if Jiraiya was to die while under Ken's tutelage, it wouldn't end well for the blind assassin at all, and he'd surely get blamed for it. Let's not dwell on it too much. But never do that again, summon Ma and Pa at the very least next time. Thankfully for Jiraiya, Ken was willing to forgive and forget. Sure thing, Teach. The Sannin then eyed Ken suspiciously before crouching down. Is something the matter? It seems like something is on your mind. It wasn't hard for the Sannin to notice that Ken had something to say. Even if he hadn't spent that many days near Ken, he was good at reading people. A lot is about to happen within the Brotherhood, and it seems that we will have to postpone our Senjutsu lessons. Ken crossed his arms and also sat down in front of Jiraiya. That's kind of vague. I'm assuming it's an internal affair then. The Sannin sweated a bit as he scratched the back of his head. I guess you could call it that. I have to leave the compound very soon to meet a potential future ally. The blind monster sighed as he spoke, his head turning slightly as he seemed to tilt his head to the side. Ken smiled silently as he felt their little spy arriving on the scene and listening in on their conversation. It's awfully bold of him to come so close. Do they not know that I am a great censor? Or, I guess they are just confident in their abilities. Oh, I get it then. I can stick around in that case. I don't have much to do back in the Leaf. Things have been strangely silent with the war lately. Jiraiya just shrugged. He wasn't against spending a few weeks in the wilderness. Hell, he could even spend that time with Ma and Pa, continuing his training from before. Well, you can certainly do that. But I have a task for you. Ken's hand reached into his coat, and with a sleight of hand, he took out a small scroll. I have a message for Lord Hokage. I want you to personally deliver it. Jiraiya blinked a few times and held out an open palm. Ken placed the scroll there unceremoniously and grabbed the Sannin's wrist tightly. You seem like a kind man, Jiraiya, a bit perverted, but kind. You can open it. But only when you are halfway through your journey to Konoha. Those strange instructions made Jiraiya blink a few times. He was certainly curious, but at the same time, he also realized that he wouldn't get any answers from Ken regarding the scroll's contents. So, he just nodded and decided to set out. Right away. Well, I'm rested enough. I guess I'll go back and see how my little students are doing, and deliver your message, of course. Jiraiya grasped the scroll and slipped it into his sleeve as Ken let go of his wrist and backed away. Jiraiya then rolled his shoulder and turned around, heading for Konoha right away. Of course, we shall meet again after a while. Who knows, I may come to you myself. Safe travels, Jiraiya. Ken gave the Sannin one last smile and waved at his back. Same to you, Ken. The Sannin turned around and waved as well with a large and toothy smile on his face. After that, the fledgling sage took off like the wind, using the body flicker technique. At that point, Ken simply cracked his neck one last time. And also took off into the forest, away from the Brotherhood. A few seconds after that, the white Zetsu that was watching also smiled. So he really did take off, huh? I guess our new intel provider is the real deal. That grass village nobody sure is pulling his weight. Better report this back to Madara. The humanoid creature gave one last smile towards the direction that Ken had left, before slipping into the ground. He's sure to receive a warm welcome when he comes back. Chapter 127, Land of Rain, Special Eyes, and Recognition. The sky cried with drops of rain. The ground was barren and cracked, and the entire world seemed to have gained a gloomy atmosphere as soon as Ken stepped onto the Land of Rain. The blind assassin felt the rain hit his hair. He felt the droplets reverberating as they hit his mask. It was a rhythmic song, one that he had already gotten used to. Ken had always disliked the rain, as it bothered his sensitive ears at first. But now he was more than used to it. His senses weren't even dulled by it, although it still could help others hide their tracks and scent. But even with that, the droplets of rain couldn't ever wash away the smell that tingled at the blind monster's nose. Blood. Soaked into the earth, not allowed to go dry due to the frequent rain. It wasn't difficult for Ken to realize that he was dashing through a battlefield. He could have gone via air too, his wings gave him that option, but he also didn't want to make his departure from the Dark Brotherhood too conspicuous. Even if it was part of their plan, they couldn't quite make it that obvious for their enemies. After all, Ken had always made an effort to travel stealthily to attract as little attention as possible. Clouds weren't always going to provide the blind monster with a perfect blanket, and Shinobi always had a keen eyesight. Overall, it was much easier to hide among the vegetation, and he was also a lot more familiar with it. But it seemed that even if he hid well, he was still being tracked. That spy, there were dozens just like him stationed throughout the forest as I traveled. Hiding in the ground, in tree barks, everywhere really. They didn't notice me, at least I don't think so, but they clearly know where I'm going. I guess Saburo did his part well, but they still need some time to gather their troops. The executives of the Dark Brotherhood, namely Ken and the Blades, had speculated that their opponents would make a move right when the blind monster was going to return to the Dark Brotherhood. Still, it was surprising that their enemies had stationed so many spies along the road. I wonder how many of these things there are. They still didn't feel human to Ken. They felt about as human as he did, but somehow even less, as not one of them even had a chakra network. At least it's doubtful that they are strong. Physically they should be decent, but I doubt any Jonin worth his salt would have trouble against them. Even if they had physical strength, it didn't mean much unless they also had more tricks up their sleeve. Ken also had that advantage as a child over the 7 swordsmen of the mist. He was physically stronger than most of them, but he hadn't yet gotten accustomed to the way that shinobi fought, and he had almost died because of it. Of course, that wasn't the only time he had almost died in his career. But that was when he had been the most unprepared for it. One thing was for sure. Physical strength alone won't get you very far. I wonder if they have any other tricks up their sleeve. There were many variables at play. For one, what if they could also transform? Ken's transformation awarded him with quite a few things, like his claws and tails. There was also the fact that he could manipulate his size at will. But the thing with his transformation was that it relied on him sealing off his tenketsu, stopping the flow of chakra in his body and limbs, or at least thinning it out considerably. The things following him didn't even have any chakra. Going by what I know, these things should just be statues. We'll have to capture a few of them to study for sure. Now that he was on a mostly open field, Ken realized that the spies knew of his location, but at the same time. That was also good, this way his enemies knew that their intel was correct. Ken was always thorough when traveling, yet at the beginning of his journey, he was very much willing to sit by the fire and eat with travelers. He didn't care if anyone saw him with the exception of his targets. That had only really stopped after the hidden villages started annoying him, constantly trying to recruit him and whatnot. It's actually a shocker that it took them this long to act out against me. I guess they were too busy biting at each other's throats. It was a shame that his piece of heaven had to be threatened so often, but it was also inevitable. Whether it was today or tomorrow, the Dark Brotherhood was bound to face adversity. But that was what they had been preparing for anyway, so all was well. But for now, the blind monster was going to forget about the war and plotting. Currently, in his mind, he thought only of his goal within the Land of Rain, meeting the Akatsuki. It was undeniable that they had caught his interest. He now also had the perfect excuse to interrupt the Senjutsu teachings and meet them. They were residing within the Land of Rain, they were considered an insurgency, fighting to help the people of their land against the injustice of war. Honestly, the more Ken had heard about them, the more he wanted to meet them. Of course, he wasn't expecting them to be completely altruistic or anything of the sort. He had already gotten used to being disappointed by shinobi, so he didn't set his expectations too high. But they were still higher than usual. Eventually, he reached their camp. An assortment of tents at the bottom of a small ravine, and some caves also seemed to be dug out. Ken stood at the extremity of the ledge. He was crouched down and observing the rather small group that was resting below. There were only around 20 people from what Ken could feel. All of them seemed to be quite average in strength. Everyone in the Akatsuki seemed to be wearing similar clothes too. To Ken, it felt like a zip-up robe. Most of them were also wearing forehead protectors, signifying that they either were or used to be shinobi. But 3 of them, whom Ken assumed to be the leaders, were the strongest and most noteworthy. They stood at a small table with some papers on it, underneath a wooden roof. They, alongside everyone in the camp, were around Ken's age. That is to say, teenagers. 2 of the ones at that table seemed to be capable enough to be called jonin. At least that was the vibe that they gave off to the blind swordsman. They were likely going to be stuck at that level for a while without proper guidance. Still, for a boy and a girl in the early stages of life, it was remarkable. The teenage boy was dressed like the rest of the Akatsuki. He seemed to have spiky hair that was raised up to the sky. And the girl seemed to have a flower stuck to the bun that was to the side of her shoulder-length hair. Those were about the most remarkable features they had, at least from Ken's senses. But one of them was somehow even stronger than those 2 put together. His chakra reminded Ken of the Uzumaki. It was extremely vast. His hairstyle was quite simple as well. His right eye was covered by hair, reminding Ken of how teenagers back in his old world used to style their hair in order to appear mysterious or something. But he didn't spend much time dwelling on the hair. No, he was focused on something much more. Catching the teenager's eyes. I have never felt anything like this before. Those eyes gave Ken an odd feeling, intimidating even. They seemed to contain powers that he knew nothing about, powers great enough to make him reconsider ever facing the wielder of said eyes. This feels far more powerful than the Sharingan. It almost feels unnatural, yet not at the same time. I can't quite put my finger on it. Ken mused over that feeling for a few good seconds. And in that time, it seemed that the one wielding those eyes spotted him as well. The blind monster could feel those eyes on him. It was almost as if they were looking at his soul. Good thing he isn't participating in the upcoming war. Ken sighed as he took a step off the edge and immediately plummeted towards the earth, much to the shock of the people below. And just as he was about to hit his landing, the one with special eyes moved his hand, pointing his palm at Ken's airborne body. The blind assassin felt a powerful force pluck him from the air and towards that open palm. Manipulating gravity? No, is it space? Hard to tell. Ken resisted that pull with all of his might, twisting in midair and flipping over the special teen, grabbing his extended wrist in the process and pulling it up as he landed behind him. Most of Ken's upper body was shrouded by the shadow of the wooden roof over their heads, obstructing the dim sunlight. Ken's movements seemed to be too fast for the other two teenagers to follow, but as soon as he landed they acted. Almost as if on cue, both of the teenagers that had been idling by the side of the strongest rushed at Ken. The boy held a short blade to his throat, and the girl pointed what felt like a paper kunai at his heart. "Let go of Nagato, right now!" the boy shouted as he prepared to cut into Ken's neck. Meanwhile, the one with powerful eyes, Nagato, stood still with his wrists still firmly in Ken's grasp. The blind monster could feel cold sweat rolling off of the boy's temple. "Keikonin, Yahiko, calm down, put your blades down. He's not an opponent we can fight right now." Nagato still didn't turn around as he addressed his two friends, whom Ken now also knew the names of. "Huh, what are you talking about, Nagato? Your technique worked on him, that means we have nothing to be afraid of," Yahiko commented while tightening his grip on the tanto that he held to Ken's neck. At that time, Nagato couldn't help but feel fear. He gulped a bit internally. He could have easily ripped my head off as he passed by me just now. What an outrageous monster. His fear was well warranted. No one had ever managed to resist the pull of his technique before. No one up to this day. The worst part was that Nagato could tell that Ken had done that with pure strength, a lot more strength than a human had any right to display. So, Nagato was well aware that a monster was figuratively breathing down his neck while towering over him. Thankfully, however, he managed to calm himself down slightly. The Akatsuki hadn't offended anyone yet. Nothing to the point where they would gain such powerful enemies. He had also managed to catch a glimpse of Ken's mask. And a glimpse was all he needed. He responded to our call for help. Ken seemed to be able to feel Nagato's hand relaxing, so he simply let go of it and took a step back. Konan and Yahiko immediately got in between Ken and Nagato. The boy with the special eyes immediately turned around and patted both of them on their shoulders, almost pulling them in an awkward hug as he gave everyone present a shaky smile. "If my eyes do not deceive me, I believe that he is our guest." The red dot. Nagato looked in between his two friends as he broke the news to them. Ken also smirked underneath his mask as he took a few steps to the side, essentially stepping into the light. "Your eyes are keen, young man." Nagato, was it? The blind monster smiled as he internally vowed to remember that name. Yahiko and Konan seemed to freeze in shock almost immediately. Both of their mouths hung wide open as they realized what they had just done. Did we just try to threaten and kill one of the strongest people alive? Also, it's the same person we are supposed to be begging for support? It was a horrific realization to come to. Nagato couldn't help but laugh awkwardly when seeing their stuck expressions. They may take a few seconds to recover mentally from this. But to answer your question. Yes, my name is Nagato. Sir Red, it is a great pleasure to have you here. Although Konan and Yahiko were stun-locked, Nagato was still there to awkwardly but enthusiastically greet their guest. "Oh please, call me Ken. I do not care to hear my nickname in casual conversation." And on that note, the diplomatic talks between the Dark Brotherhood and the Akatsuki started. Chapter 128, Master's Master, Motivated Youngsters, and Off to War. Ken sighed as he sat down at the table of the Akatsuki. Things had calmed down significantly now. Yahiko had to go and calm the other members of the Akatsuki down too, since they were all rather disturbed by the commotion. They were currently waiting on him to continue their meet and greet. Nagato seemed to be more than welcoming to Ken, though he was still acting a bit awkward. Konan was acting quite guarded from the feel of things. It was also surprising to hear that it wasn't Nagato who was the leader of the Akatsuki, but Yahiko. It seemed that while Nagato was the strongest, he lacked the most basic qualities of a leader and hated public speaking. Somewhat of an understandable situation to Ken. Nagato was still very much a child, a war orphan at that from what the blind monster understood. It's safe to assume no one in his family awakened the same ocular power. I doubt they would have become victims of war if that was the case. Ken couldn't quite put his finger on how Nagato's power actually worked. He had barely been able to resist the pull, it got stronger the closer he was pulled. He didn't actually resist it in reality, he had only really readjusted his trajectory and used to pull to jump behind Nagato at that time. He had done so smoothly, but he still almost broke Nagato's wrist by mistake. The power to attract people and objects. Why haven't I heard of such an ocular power before? Ken's information networks weren't really the best in the world, sure. But he still relied on rather reliable sources. The Guild of Information Brokers he employed gave him updates on the ninja world and on its many clans. But not once did he receive a report about a clan with such a power. It was similar to how he hadn't ever received a report about someone with powers like his. Well, besides the Gray Fox. But that was also him, so it didn't count. It must be some rare bloodline mutation of sorts. If that's the case, then it's unlikely that just pulling things is its only ability. The thought was certainly concerning, but it was also very curious. After all, if its pull was so strong as to actually have Ken barely breaking out of it, then how strong were the other abilities? The blind assassin mused for a second before focusing all his attention on the matter at hand. Yahiko seemed to have finally returned, and now all three teenagers seemed to be looking up at him to start the conversation. I guess I shouldn't expect teenagers to be accustomed to political talks. Letting me control the conversation in their own territory doesn't give off a good first image. Yahiko seemed to be the most upbeat and would have likely started the conversation had things been different. But he was likely a bit stressed by the fact that he had just held a blade to his guest's neck. Nagato seemed a tad too socially awkward to start up the conversation again, and Conan was still too guarded. Since we are all here, and there are no other distractions, I suggest we start with introductions. And so, Ken crossed his arms and decided to take the helm of the conversation. All right. Yahiko seemed to finally recover, coughing into his fist before giving Ken a wide smile. I am Yahiko, leader of the Akatsuki. To my right here is Nagato, and this here is Conan. Yahiko reintroduced everyone present. Nagato just smiled and waved, while Conan nodded towards Ken. It seemed she decided to drop her somewhat hostile behavior. At the end of the day, it was the Akatsuki who requested the Dark Brotherhood's assistance. It is a pleasure. My name is Ken. People call me plenty of things these days, but you may just use my name. The blind monster nodded towards the trio before turning his attention to their table, where a parchment was laid out with a kunai stabbed somewhere on it. All three of you are quite skilled. Did you have any formal training? Ken asked while scratching his chin. Well, we did have a master for a while. Conan gave a short answer while looking away for a second. It was Jiraiya, one of the three Sannin of the Leaf Village. He was our teacher while he fought in the Land of Rain. Nagato didn't seem to have any qualms about telling Ken the truth. Jiraiya? Quite a funny coincidence. Ken couldn't help but smile as he remembered the perverted sage. Oh? Did he also teach you at first? Yahiko seemed excited at the prospect of having the same master as someone of Ken's reputation. HM? No way. I am his teacher in Senjutsu. Ken's answer was like a bucket of cold water dropped on Yahiko's head. The trio blinked a few times, not quite sure how to react to the fact that someone a bit younger than them was the teacher of their teacher. Ken didn't seem too interested in continuing that talk, however, so he decided to just jump onto the main point. So, what is the reason for calling me? Is it just to establish contact, or something more urgent? Ken tilted his head to the side and spoke in an even and monotone voice. The three teenagers looked at each other and silently nodded to one another, seemingly coming to a silent agreement. Will. It's more about gaining your cooperation for our future goals. We don't have much to offer, hell we are barely scraping by ourselves right now. Yahiko sighed in regret as he looked at Ken and spoke out with honesty. His tone was so truthful that it shocked Ken. There was no way that someone as inexperienced as Yahiko could have faked it. It was impossible to fake. In truth, I don't want the other members to hear this, but we may be in way over our heads here. We want to bring peace to our land of rain, to give it a chance to thrive in peace. But it seems near impossible to do with what we currently have. Yahiko continued speaking with honesty, even sounding regretful and slightly downtrodden. Well, who could blame him? They sure had a lofty goal for a gathering of teenage war orphans. Yet, they have a noble goal. There really are more like him, huh? It immediately reminded the blind monster of Minato. Both Yahiko and Minato seemed to share those characteristics. Altruism and honesty, both traits that Ken respected deeply. These were the traits that Ken was shown from a young age in that world. Displayed by none other than the samurai who had given their lives to raise him for nothing in return. It was a nice reminder that there were still people like that in the world. That there were more of them than Ken had initially thought, and that they were fighting their own battles. But they were unfortunately such positive traits that could be easily taken advantage of in the world of shinobi. That's why we need the backing of a force like the Dark Brotherhood. Even if it's in the future, with your help we may be able to finally allow our land to breathe. To give its people the peace they so badly need and deserve. I know I am asking for support while providing little to nothing in return, but please. Please help us. Yahiko bowed his head as he spoke out with raw emotion. Ken couldn't help but smile underneath his mask as he felt both Nagato and Konan bow by their friend-slash-leader's side. It was a rather heartwarming scene. At that point, Ken had a few options. But in the end, no matter the motives, it all came down to two distinct choices. Either to help the Akatsuki or not. There were many things to consider for the leader of the Dark Brotherhood at that point. Ken was no longer making decisions just for himself after all. Should the Dark Brotherhood really be getting involved in another nation's struggles at this stage? It was a tricky question. They were about to go to war after all, they needed all the resources they had. But at the same time, this war should get rid of most of our enemies, both hidden and not so hidden. After that, we will be able to do as we please. If the Dark Brotherhood could repel such a powerful force, not one of the leaders in the elemental nations would dare to even get close to it with bad intentions in the future. Besides, there was also another rather important point. They aren't asking for immediate support. They just want some help and to have our backing. Yahiko and the Akatsuki weren't exactly asking for anything in particular either. Even if Ken just said sure we'll support you, and then left without any further contact, they wouldn't even be able to complain. In the first place, Ken had made the mistake of thinking that some type of negotiation was going to happen when he had first arrived. He wanted to treat it as a usual diplomatic discourse. But that wasn't what was happening at all. It was just a heartfelt request for aid from a group of orphans in need. And how could Ken ever face the children in the Dark Brotherhood if he turned down such a request? I don't want to live this life of mine with any regrets. So the answer is obvious. The silence had stretched for a good minute, and during that entire time, the three teenagers in front of Ken hadn't raised their heads. They were clearly growing anxious. They hadn't expected Ken, someone their age, to have such a heavy atmosphere. To them, he seemed even more intimidating than Hanzo the Salamander. They had hoped to be able to speak freely with the leader of the Dark Brotherhood, to approach him on even ground. But it seemed that the rumors about him being a cold and callous man in the body of a teenager were true to some extent. Or at least that was where their thoughts were going before Ken opened his mouth again. All right, raise your heads. I'll be honest with you brats. Ken kept his arms crossed as he addressed the three of them with a straightforward tone. The three of them raised their heads finally, all looking at him with a mix of anxiety and hope. The Dark Brotherhood is going to be busy in the following months. We won't have much time to receive your requests for help if they do happen during this time. But we can certainly provide you with the backing you need. Food, clothing, money, we can spare some resources. Ken sighed as he tilted his head to the side, not caring for the roller coaster of emotions he was putting the three teenagers through by phrasing his response in such a way. However, they seemed beyond elated when hearing the last part. Gaining the support of the Dark Brotherhood and Ken was about the same as gaining the support of an entire hidden village to them. It was monumental. To the point where Yahiko and Nagato were even tearing up a bit. Conan seemed to be holding it in, but she was also certainly moved. But Ken didn't even give them time to recover before he reached his hand into his cloak and took out 3 scrolls. These should contain enough money and food to last you for a while. If you need more, feel free to reach out, but again, we will be busy. At that point, the 3 teenagers all got up with smiles and teary eyes and started thanking the blind monster while bowing even more. Thank you. Thank you. We were so worried. Thank God. All of them seemed to be having different thoughts, but for the most part, all of them felt a deep sense of gratitude. And as a rare occasion for Ken, he didn't plan to exploit that gratitude in any way. Instead, he remembered the words of another man that he had grown to respect. From now on, you don't have to be worried anymore. If you are ever in trouble, know that you may find safety in the Dark Brotherhood's shadow. Just like the daimyo of the Land of Iron had told him once. Certainly a poetic way to look at it, but Ken liked it that way. Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan seemed to like it as well. Their eyes shined with happiness as they seemed to be growing more and more excited, likely thinking of how the rest of their members would react to the news of their new sponsor. Now then. I should pack up and take my leave now. Here, you can take this. He threw another small scroll on the table. You can use it to summon a bat. Her name is Kaya, and she likes carrots. She will be our point of contact from now on. Ken gave the teenagers an okay sign, ignoring the flabbergasted looks they were giving him. Okay. But are you leaving already? You can stay for a bit more, get to know the others as well. Nagato decided to speak up this time. His nature certainly seemed more timid, but he seemed to want to befriend Ken nonetheless. Unfortunately for him, Ken had other plans. I can't stay for long right now, I have to return to the Brotherhood soon. It has been a pleasure speaking to you all. Ken cracked his neck and waved at the 3 of them as he turned away. The teenagers seemed a bit overwhelmed by this, and in the end, they only did one last thing. Truly. Thank you for everything, Ken. They waved at him as he disappeared from their eyes, leaving them just as quickly as he came. In the end, the blind monster had left quite an impression on the youngsters. Their meeting was short but memorable for all 3 of them. And Ken also now had a good impression of the Akatsuki. He hadn't expected to meet such a good bunch. He smiled as dashed away, his mind focusing on the road ahead. Now then. I guess it's time to wage war. Chapter 129, First Attack, Monstrous Opposition and Dance. Tasho and Akira both sighed as they looked over the vast expanse of forest and snow in front of them. They sure chose a good season for this stupid attack. I hate the cold. Akira, the 3rd blade, shivered slightly as he sat atop the closed gates of the Dark Brotherhood compound. Standing by his side, Tasho couldn't help but shake his head. The weather wasn't that bad a few weeks ago, but I guess winter does have its way of surprising people at times. The 1st blade spoke out while observing the forests in front of him with an indifferent gaze. I mean, you think seasons would be more predictable, but I guess lately everything has been unpredictable. It's jarring to see snow fallen on green leaves, but a sight I've grown accustomed to. Tasho's posture didn't change at all as he addressed the 2nd blade who sat by his side. He seemed to be both relaxed and wary at the same time. Both of them were wary to some degree. It seemed that they were expecting something. Something big, which could happen at any moment. We do have the advantage of knowing their next moves. Akira said as he slowly stood up, noticing the trees in the distance shaking slightly. Yet they have the numerical advantage and the power advantage. Tasho seemed to also notice the movements. The samahata on his back wriggled in happiness. I don't know about that last part. Our leader is pretty strong. Akira cracked his neck and took out the decapitation carving knife from a seal on his wrist. Well, they also have that. Tasho cracked his neck as he looked at a gigantic figure appearing in the distance, toppling all of the trees around it. Both of the blades swayed slightly as they looked at it. A red-furred and green-skinned gigantic gorilla with 4 tails. It roared loudly, shaking the forest around it as fires started to spread everywhere around it, the temperature in the air rising just from its presence. The four-tailed beast. I guess Iwabikure is going all in. Tasho slowly grasped at the wriggling handle of the Samahata, behind him countless shadows blurred, spreading out in every direction from the compound. As if that wasn't enough. Acria then looked to the side, slightly behind the four-tailed beast, another one rose from the foliage. A gigantic white horse with a dolphin's head. It has two pointed long horns to the sides of its head and three shorter horns in front. Its most telling features were the five tails wriggling behind it, lashing out and snapping parts of the forest around it. Both of them are here. Acria muttered while shaking his head slightly. He narrowed his eyes as they seemed to glint with anticipation. Do you think we will be able to take them on? The second blade continued speaking while already stretching. It was more of a rhetorical question. It didn't really matter what his chances of taking on the tailed beasts were. That was also true for Tasho. Their job was to stall them, not to outright defeat them. The armies of the allied villages are likely hiding behind the tailed beasts for now. The first blade spoke as both he and Akira stared down the tailed beasts fearlessly. Both the four and five-tailed beasts seemed to move in unison, all of their tails pointed to the sky as energy gathered at the tips of their tails, forming a gigantic ball of chakra in front of their mouths. The gigantic gorilla had a ball of glowing red chakra, it seemed to be smoldering the atmosphere around it. Meanwhile, the horse seemed to have created a ball of compressed steam, which was also radiating enough heat to rival that of the apish four-tailed beast. They really do want to just wipe us out, it seems. Tasho shook his head as he raised his hand. Tailed beast lava bomb. Tailed beast steam bomb. Two monstrous voices thundered through the entire mountain range as their heads snapped in the direction of the two blades. The two gigantic orbs of power immediately compressed and started barreling forward, rolling and burning every tree that stood in between them and the Dark Brotherhood compound. At that moment, Tasho waved his hand and tilted his head. Then, both he and Akira cut their thumbs with the nail of their index finger and tapped the ground at their feet at the same time. Summoning, Triple Rashomon. Summoning, Triple Rashomon. At that moment, 6 demonic gates rose from the ground to meet the attacks of the tailed beasts, as both of the blades braced for impact. An A-rank defensive jutsu that they had managed to scavenge off of a dead body which was found decapitated at the bottom of the sea. The jutsu was high in chakra consumption, but also extremely powerful. The tailed beast bombs collided with the first gate and passed through it without any issue, seemingly melting it on impact as both Akira and Tasho started sweating. The same was true for the second, and third, they were melted almost instantly on impact. Only on the fourth one was there resistance, but all it took was a few seconds of the chakra orbs pressing into the demonic gate to melt through it. And on the fifth one, they stopped completely. But that was nowhere near the end of it. In an instant, both the lava and steam orbs started expanding rapidly. In an instant, they engulfed everything that the tailed beasts could see from a distance. It was a raging storm of lava and steam, sure to melt through anything and anyone that was still within the Dark Brotherhood. KH. Mission successful. The Jinchuriki of the four-tailed beast, Rashi, muttered as he slowly prepared to transform back into his regular form. But another voice stopped him. No way. It was his companion and fellow Jinchuriki of the rock village, Han. The usually silent man was also in his tailed beast form. His gigantic horse body was constantly emitting a layer of steam which threatened to melt the skin off the bones of everything that came close. Despite that, his voice sounded strangely perturbed. Huh? What's happened? Rashi muttered as he turned his gigantic gaze to what should have been the ruined remains of the Dark Brotherhood compound. As the steam and smoke died down, the two of them could clearly see a thin red barrier had appeared between the fifth and sixth Rashomon. The red light seemed to be in the form of a square which completely engulfed the entirety of the Dark Brotherhood. Shit, a ceiling barrier? Rashi shouted as he turned to his companion, only for his eyes to widen. Before they had even realized it, they were also engulfed in very similar formations, although at a much smaller scale. Rashi banged on the walls of the prison he found himself in with overwhelming force, but all of his efforts yielded nothing. The four red yang formation. Back on the intact gate of the Dark Brotherhood compound, Tasho couldn't help but sigh in appreciation. The four red yang formation was the gift of the Uzumaki clan, and it was certainly a powerful technique. Despite tanking two-tailed beasts simultaneously, the barrier didn't even budge or shake. The only problem was that it did require 4 people with Kage-level chakra pools to raise and maintain it, making it quite literally the most taxing barrier formation ever. Now such a restriction meant nothing to the Uzumaki, as all of them were insane in chakra levels. But things were trickier for the Dark Brotherhood. In no way did they have 12 Kage-level people on their side. But with a rather smart and innovative use of the chakra draining seal, they at least had 12 pillars that could uphold the formations. The ones around the tailed beasts weren't as strong nor as large. They were also somewhat misshapen, but that was because the pillars holding them up were made up of several kunai buried into the ground. The proper seals were placed on said kunai, and they were powered by the chakra of the students who had created them. They did require a lot less chakra thankfully, but the one around the compound was a complete barrier seal cast in a wide area. It also needed a longer time to cast, which was why Tasho and Akira needed to buy a few precious seconds for it. I can feel my chakra getting drained. Here's hoping we can at least maintain this for an hour. Akira mumbled a bit before sitting down in a meditative position, cracking his neck and focusing on recovering his chakra as it was being drained. Even so, all of the collective chakra of the Dark Brotherhood has gone into this. Let's just hope that Saburo's intel is correct. Tasho shook his head before also sitting down and doing the same as Akira. The second blade tapped a seal on his wrist and took out a few food pills, before moving his mask slightly to the side, placing them in his mouth and chewing. At least I won't be getting hungry anytime soon. The immortal smiled and eyed the struggling tailed beasts in the distance as the 6th still intact Rashomon gate disappeared. If you do go hungry, please bite the faces of our enemies and not mine. Thank you. Yeah, stop yapping so much about it, it only happened once and it was just some random bandit. Akira seemed to take offense to Tasho's words, but the first blade only shrugged. If you followed your diet plan properly, that wouldn't have happened. If you like talking shit so much, why don't I shove a funnel deep into your stomach so you can shit through it, huh? The two continued their banter while the army of shinobi banged at the formations they had created, trying to free the tailed beasts. They were unsuccessful, to say the least. Things were going to plan for the Dark Brotherhood, at least for now. Ken was also already halfway there. He was almost past the land of grass, right at the border with the land of waterfall. He sighed as he smelt the opposition ahead. He climbed up a large hill, and on the other side was a gigantic lake. Ken could feel countless shinobi within that lake lying in wait. He could also feel a few rather specific chakra signatures, significant ones actually. A few kage and a tailed beast. That's it? Ken shook his head as he spoke out loud to nobody. But he was sure the little spies that had been following him around heard his words. It was almost as if he had triggered an earthquake. In an instant, countless figures rose from within the lake. How the hell did he spot us? As expected of the world's strongest bounty hunter, huh? Even if he's a kid. Many shinobi voiced out their frustrations as they stepped onto the calm lake and stared at Ken with narrowed eyes. This is where you die, you abominable brat. Lord Yu was in the middle of the lake too, speaking from behind the army of shinobi as he hoped to finally see the death of the one that had caused the grass village so much shame. Oh, some old nobodies among you all too. So strange. Still, none of you have the right to step in the same arena as me. Ken shook his head before turning his masked face to the sky. What was the point of bringing so much cannon fodder over, Anoki? In the sky, the legless figure of a small old man lowered from above the clouds and huffed. TSK, don't get too complacent. Today is the day you die, Red Dot. You and the Dark Brotherhood you worked so hard to create. Anoki huffed in rage as a few figures appeared by his side. One was a tall man with spiky hair. He seemed to be floating on black dust. Or was it sand? Ken didn't really know. The other figure seemed to be a monk of sorts. Ken could clearly feel a tailed beast within him. The three of them didn't seem to want to attack right away. Using the cannon fodder to tire me out, huh? How useless. I guess the show is starting, huh? Ken sighed and tapped the seal on his wrist, taking out a large and bulky sword. The Haramacarii, or the twin sword. A large blade with legendary chakra conductivity that had two hilts. The blade glowed an eerie blue as Ken decided to use its most important abilities. Shape-shifting. In an instant, the blade started to shrink, and before everyone's eyes, the previously bulky double-edged sword turned into an exceedingly long one-edged blade. A long odachi, something that was certainly more in line with Ken's style. The shinobi looking at it couldn't help but gulp. It looked like it could cut through scores of men with just one swing. Let's see how well the lot of you can dance. Chapter 130, Struggle, Combination Jutsu, and Tail Threat. Ken cracked his neck as his now thin blade shone a dangerous sparkling blue. It became even worse when the blind monster grabbed the second handle of the blade and separated his long blade in two. He held them with their tips slightly above the ground and pointed to his sides. They were both just as long, slightly thinner than a regular katana. Lightning rolled off of both of them as Ken's chakra charged and unleashed their full potential. The aura surrounding them felt dangerous to all of the shinobi that now faced him, but not one of them seemed to hesitate, all of them raising their weapons and preparing their jutsu. Their leaders had made it clear to them that Ken was a danger to their villages, to their loved ones, and to their livelihoods. They needed to make sure that he was going to die there, and if they needed to give their lives to tire him down, they would do so without hesitation. If their lives could whittle down the monster in front of them, then it would surely secure a better future for their villages, right? At least that was what they kept telling themselves. Those were the words that kept repeating in their minds, on and on. It was an endless loop of affirmations that was not even entirely their own. Which was why Ken could sense it. The fear that seeped deep into their bones. They were just shinobi, doing what they were told was best, following orders blindly. But that didn't mean they fully knew the situation or understood why they needed to now face their deaths, therefore they couldn't help but feel fear. At least the majority of them were like that. There were also a few who were so brainwashed that their fear was overwhelmed by their pride. And they were the ones to attack first. Charge! The shinobi, although only a small percentage of the army, still numbered in the hundreds, and Ken sighed and simply cracked his neck when sensing them. He jumped once, twice, then dashed forwards as well, at speeds far exceeding that of his enemies. His elongated blades cleaved through scores of enemies, a blue aura of lighting extending from them with each slash and cutting them down before they could even scream out in pain, split in half while shouting in pride. Swords broke, blood spilt, and the blind swordsman gripped both of his blades harder before immediately raising them over his head in a cross shape. That sudden move blocked three masked shinobi that were trying to cut him in a downward motion with short blades. Sparks flew as the blind monster smiled underneath his mask. The ground behind him broke at that moment, with two more shinobi rising from it, their blades already pointed at his back, aiming to stab through his heart. Ken's leg immediately shot to the side, aiming a backwards kick at one of their arms with his heel, knocking both of the assailants' blades to the side without even turning his head to them. Then the blades of the shinobi he was clashing with finally seemed to have had enough. They all snapped, and Ken's hands turned into a blur as his blades cut all of the shinobi in halves as if with scissors. Shit! Fire release, great fireball technique. One of the shinobi to the side spat out a ball of flame large enough to completely engulf Ken. But the blind assassin casually swiped one of his blades towards it, splitting it in half with a wave of blue aura while his other blade decapitated the two men who had tried to stab him in the back. Shit! Don't use fire. You'll create a smoke screen. Remember, he doesn't have eyes, he doesn't need sight. One of the shinobi around them shouted out in a panic when noticing the slight steam that rose from the remains of that fireball. Ho! So they did their homework, huh? Ken couldn't help but tilt his head slightly, both to express his emotions and to dodge a kunai that whizzed past his head. The dried-up grass around him still burned from the fireball, but it likely wasn't going to spread too far. Wind release, air bullets. One shinobi to the side tried to use a jutsu as well, likely wanting to fan the flames in hopes of burning Ken even slightly. But he had found himself a bit too close to Ken. Before the first air bullet even left his mouth, his head was cut off as Ken dashed towards the shinobi once more. Earth release, rock grasp. Just as he decapitated a few of them, the earth rose and formed hands at his feet, gripping tightly and trying to hold him in place. But that was never going to work on someone who was permanently in sage mode like Ken. With his absurd strength, the blind monster completely disregarded the earth's bindings, breaking them without even trying and continuing with his carnage. Wind release, vacuum blade. Immediately, a swordsman approached, an actual challenger. A man wielding a katana infused with wind dashed in front of Ken and clashed blades with him, blocking both of Ken's blades with his own as the ground underneath him broke from the pressure. He seemed a bit more skilled than the rest, his blade sparking with a whitish aura while both of his hands trembled on the hilt, trying to not be pushed back by Ken's blades. The two of them were in a deadlock for a second, as the shinobi did his best to essentially hold back the monster they were facing. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. To the side, several shinobi used that strength to form an attack. They molded the water in the lake behind them into dozens of small dragons, which immediately rushed towards Ken. And just as the dragons were about to reach him, he immediately tensed up, putting more power into his hands. The other shinobi's arms seemed to break in an instant as the deadlock fell apart. Ken's blades then moved madly. Dragon Twister. With the two blades firmly in his grasp, the blind monster spun at a speed large enough to create a tornado so large that it reached the clouds. Plenty of people that were around him got caught up in it as well, and the water dragons seemed to get absorbed into it as well, managing to do no harm to their intended target in the end. The tornado ended not soon after Ken stopped spinning. It was already self-sustaining, but one downward slash using the momentum he had gathered from spinning broke it apart in an instant. It also created a flying slash that split apart the earth and segmented it greatly, making the battlefield even messier than before and even trapping some shinobi in the rubble. Bodies also fell from the skies, crash landing onto the ground. Some died, and some managed to break their falls. Some even got rescued by the Kazekage, it seemed. The Iron Sand user had a limited storage of sand, however, so he could only help so many. To the side, a group of shinobi had finally finished their hand signs and completed a large-scale jutsu. Earth release, sandwich technique. Ken's head turned to his sides as gigantic walls rose from the ground and threatened to crush him. They were so big that Ken could feel them spanning hundreds of meters. It seemed that the shinobi were very serious about trapping him there, even if for a while. Or maybe they actually thought such a thing could crush him? Unfortunately, much to the surprise of the shinobi that had used that jutsu, Ken made no move to rush out of it or block it. Instead, he dove headfirst into one of the walls as they closed shut with a loud bang, creating a shockwave that blew away all of the dust that had gathered. Shit! He's gone into the ground. Sensory shinobi, try to track him down. Dust arose all around them as the gigantic dome of the earth stood there unmoving. All of the shinobi tensed up as they could only gulp and wait for their opponent's appearance. Those that had sensory abilities tried their best, but they couldn't possibly find their world's most infamous assassin so easily, now could they? Keep your eyes peeled. He'll strike at any moment. The shinobi shouted as more and more of them stepped onto the already bloody shores of the lake. But as one lucky shinobi stepped onto the shore, he felt the waters behind him shift. Looking back, his gaze was filled with horror as he looked back. He's on the lake! Everyone's heads immediately snapped towards the middle of the lake, where Ken's figure stood silently, his two thin blades now steadily fastened onto his back, underneath his cloak. His presence was so fleeting that he blended in between the panicking shinobi who were still hesitant to face him. I'm sorry for what I'm about to do. Ken's voice sounded almost regretful. It was also quiet, as only a few of the shinobi around him had heard it. Instead of facing off against the powerful assassin, they all immediately turned their tail and ran, jumping from wave to wave as the waters rose while Ken made some hand signs. Stop him! Some cried. But it was already too late. Ken brought his hands together one last time just as a few kunai and flaming shuriken were about to reach him, and in an instant, a wave of water rose up all around him. The shinobi watched in fear as the wave around Ken grew and grew, before suddenly rushing outwards, taking an odd shape. Water release, 1,000 feeding sharks. The wave turned into an army of small water sharks that tore into the hundreds of shinobi still around Ken. Blood smeared the waters and limbs flew everywhere as now even the people above realized that they needed to get involved. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. From above, a gigantic white pillar rushed towards Ken, aiming to interrupt his technique. The blind monster had already expected it, so he rolled off to the side, blending into the water as the Tsuchikage jutsu formed a large empty space in the middle of the lake. And what happened when such a space was created in a body of water? That's right. A whirlpool. A sizable one at that. It immediately seemed to be undoing Ken's gigantic shark waves, and the shinobi that stuck to the water seemed to be able to resist its pull by running away constantly. Ken smiled underneath his mask as he made a few more hand signs. Combination jutsu, 1,000 feeding sharks whirlpool. The blind assassin shamelessly decided to combine his jutsu with the whirlpool that Inoki had created, causing the small old man's eyes to widen. Sharks immediately formed in the water and started spinning in the same direction as the whirlpool, strengthening it and making it larger and larger. Shit! Everyone get away from the lake! The Tsuchikage spat out that order as he considered sending another dust release to undo that combination jutsu, but he knew that at that point, Ken could just continue using the whirlpools to his advantage. And if the situation were to turn into a battle of endurance, Inoki was unsure if he would win with the absurd consumption that came with dust release. In the end, he was forced to watch as hundreds upon hundreds of men were shredded apart by water and sharks and the entire lake became a death trap. Shit. The shinobi that were on the shore all seemed to take a step back, unsure what to even do at that point. So that's the power of the strongest bounty hunter? Shit, and he's still so young. Many voiced out their concerns. Now even the more brainwashed shinobi were starting to have doubts about their chances of even tiring out the monster they were tasked to deal with. They had started with close to around 2,000 shinobi from different villages. Now they were down to less than half of that. Their fighting spirit had also dwindled significantly as they now looked at Ken, who was seemingly unaffected by the whirlpool, just sitting on one of the sharks near the middle of it, spinning in place. The lake had mostly turned red in the blood of their comrades, and it was only a matter of time before they joined their friends in the afterlife if they actually tried to go after Ken again. Shit. Seems he's very proficient in water release. We need to get rid of that source of water. The third Kazekage scowled as iron sand rose around him, forming spikes and pointing at Ken. But before he could attack the blind monster, the Tsuchikage raised one of his arms and waved it dismissively. Don't bother attacking him there. Despite his demeanor, he spoke in a frustrated tone. He then turned towards the monk who was floating on some sand to the side. Oi, Jinchuriki! Get rid of that lake! Inoki shouted that order coldly. He then signed to the shinobi below to not act and rush into the waters anymore. As you wish. The Jinchuriki smiled before his eyes changed color, turning from blue into a deep yellow as sand started coming out of his body. Ken turned his head towards the sky at that moment, feeling the surge of chakra and shaking his head. The Jinchuriki is finally joining in, huh? Chapter 131, Sea of Sand, Difficulty and Quick Exit. Get rid of the lake, huh? The Jinchuriki of the one-tailed beast sighed before seemingly choking on sand. The sand cloud underneath him immediately started growing bigger and bigger while the Tsuchikage Inoki and the third Kazekage flew to the side, not wanting to get caught in what was to come. A beastly roar came from the skies as the Jinchuriki's figure expanded rapidly, quickly turning into a behemoth of a beast. Ken tilted his head slightly as he felt the one-tailed beast manifest into the world, much less controlled than the Jinchuriki he had previously met. The roar sounded completely inhuman, and the blind monster couldn't help but find the appearance of the one-tailed beast amusing. A gigantic raccoon with a gigantic spiky tail that felt like it was made completely out of sand. Its tail seemed to swing around wildly, even trying to attack its allies, the two Kage. Both of them seemed to be expecting something like that to happen. It became rather clear to anyone paying attention that the Jinchuriki of the one-tailed beast didn't have much control over it. Ken assumed that the lack of control didn't have much to do with power and more with the temperament of the tailed beast. After all, it couldn't have been less controllable due to its power. This one seems a bit weaker than the others I've felt. Ken couldn't help but comment while the shark-like water around him continued shredding up the shinobi that had been caught in his whirlpool. Despite it being hardly controlled, it still seemed to single out Ken in the middle of that lake, its eyes widening slightly before narrowing in anger. Ken felt confused for a moment, before shaking his head. I guess it's not a fan of my existence. An abomination spawned from father's nightmares. My esteemed self shall be the one to get rid of you. The beast spoke fluently, its speech only slurred by its beastly growls. Ken just shook his head. You aren't the first one to try. But fine, give it your best shot. Ken cracked his neck and slowly crouched down, preparing to lounge at the sand monster. Be buried in a sea of sand. In an instant, all of the tailed beast's chakra moved, and out of its tail spawned a torrent of sand so large that it seemed to completely stomp out the lake that Ken was crouching on. Most of the shinobi on the sidelines seemed to have already started fleeing from the vicinity of the lake, already expecting such a thing to happen. Ken wasted no time in growing his wings. They batted once, sending him flying backwards. He crossed the distance from the middle of the lake to its shore in a split second, not even being clipped slightly by the torrent of sand. The lake was immediately submerged in sand, but the torrent continued, inundating the surroundings and forcing Ken to fly upwards. Despite feeling weaker in chakra, its abilities seemed more annoying to deal with than those of the seven-tailed beast. I didn't want to waste too much chakra here, but getting rid of these. Ken lamented as his body transformed, scales growing all over his body as his muscles twitched and grew thicker, his entire build turning sturdy. Steam came out of the corners of his mask as he huffed some hot air into the wind, ignoring the sand that was constantly surging towards him. It enveloped him fully at that moment, forming a gigantic cocoon of sand around him. Cheers erupted from the surrounding shinobi as they witnessed the monster that had shredded their comrades apart finally losing some ground. But their cheers turned to silence swiftly, as all of the sand around the blind monster was blown away, all seemingly done in a single whip of the tail. Tisk, sit still and die! The giant raccoon groaned in frustration as its sand seemed to compress underneath Ken, forming two gigantic compressed hands that grabbed at him from both sides. But the blind assassin was not about to just sit there and allow himself to get caught so easily. Sand was annoying to get out of clothing at the end of the day. His wings flapped once more, sending him flying upwards with a shockwave large enough to slow the hands down enough for him to slip through the fingers just as they clamped shut. Ken's claws retracted a bit as he reached for his back, drawing out his two long blades. By manipulating his tenketsu, he allowed a strong flow of chakra to bleed into both of them through his palms, activating the reserve of chakra within the blades and imbuing them into a thick aura of lightning. But it seemed that the tailed beast had expected that. A ball of chakra was already at its mouth. The sand from all around them seemed to be attracted to it like a vortex. Die, you little worm! Sandy-tailed beast bomb. Ken's upward momentum was already far too much to be stopped quickly, but it wasn't as if he hadn't been expecting such a thing to happen. Without any fear or hesitation, he placed his blades above him in a cross shape. His muscles bulged once more as he swung them with all of his might, twirling in the air as he sent two aura slashes at the ball. Sparks flew, the clouds parted and thunder bellowed as the criss-cross slashes clashed with the tailed beast bomb. The mass of chakra was heavier than a mountain and more volatile than any explosive known to man, but this wasn't the first time he had clashed with one. Even if the one he had destroyed previously with his sword slash was incomplete, he still had experience and knew how to deal with them. Nature energy was the answer, of course. The wild raccoon's eyes widened as it realized just how much nature energy those blades were laced. Its body immediately seemed to part ways around the slashes, allowing them to pass through its body. Ken couldn't help but tilt his head at that. Its body! Is it not a fixed form? The assassin cut through the air a few more times and sensed the giant raccoon part of its body several times, allowing them to pass through. Ha ha ha. Stupid human. You won't be doing dash. Just as it started to gloat, it was forced to shut up as Ken immediately turned his body into a bullet and slammed into its back with overwhelming force. The tailed beast was sent barreling towards the ground, crashing in a gigantic cloud of dust and sending any shinobi that was still nearby flying. So it can only do that for attacks it's aware of. Thankfully it's far from the fastest enemy I've faced. The Seven Tails had it clearly beat in that department. Ken cracked his neck and spread his wings as he lamented the tailed beast's strange abilities. The blind monster then brought both of his blades together. They immediately started morphing into a much thicker blade. Ken grasped the handle with both of his hands, and just as he was about to give it his all and finish off the tailed beast, he was forced to dodge to the side. A white cube immediately swallowed up his previous location. TSK. How much longer, Kazekage? Inoki scowled as he flew around Ken hastily, his eyes not leaving Ken at all. I'm almost done. The Kazekage shouted as his hands moved in a blur, looking as if he was about to finish a few hand signs. Ken certainly noticed that he immediately turned his head towards the Tsuchikage, who flinched. At that moment, the blind monster dashed backwards, twirling in the air as he reached the Kazekage within a second. The Tsuchikage had seemingly noticed his move already and was preparing an attack to intercept Ken, but he was not going to make it in time. The Kazekage also tried to muster his own defense. A wall of iron sand tried to stop him, but it was no match against the assassin's chakra-covered blade. The spiky-haired Kazekage was immediately bisected, his torso flying off while his legs remained on the cloud of sand. Ken then flapped his wings off to the side, but as the Tsuchikage had already been preparing the attack for a while, the blind monster didn't manage to fully dodge it. He sacrificed his right wing and arm in order to get away. Ha! Final dash. The Tsuchikage didn't even get to be happy for more than 1 second. He watched on as his opponent's flesh twisted in an inhumane way, and how an arm and a wing seemed to regrow almost instantly. The absurdity of Ken's regenerative ability stunned him for a moment, which was certainly enough for the blind assassin. He dashed towards Inoki, but he was forced to stop in midair with a scowl, swinging his blade down at a gigantic sand nail which was stabbing at him. Sparks rose as the assassin's blade clashed with the nail. But they didn't last long. He cut through the blackened sand without much issue. Forgot about me, punk? The one-tailed beast was still alive and kicking. Although Ken had used plenty of nature energy in his earlier kick, it didn't seem to have taken much damage. In the first place, tailed beasts were usually annoyingly durable. He had managed to kill the seven-tailed beast when using all of his energy and without being interrupted, and he didn't have the luxury of that in his current fight. You lot are proving more trouble than you're worth. Ken muttered as he turned his large blade back into his two thin longer ones. This tailed beast's. Its attacks are either fast and pointed or slow and abundant. What an annoying raccoon. He pointed one down at the one-tailed beast, and the other at Inoki, who narrowed his eyes. It seems that I won't be able to avoid getting injured while fighting you too. Ken gripped both of his blades as he realized that he was now likely in the most difficult fight he had ever been in since coming to that world. And yet, he didn't feel any panic, nor did he feel stressed. He was more than accustomed to the odds being against him. But, just like in his old life, he was going to pull through. The blind assassin's lips turned upwards underneath his mask. He turned his head towards Inoki. But then his grip on his blades loosened, his ear trembled slightly, and his nostrils scrunched up. Really? Right now when I'm getting into it? It seems that I must cut our time short, gentlemen, and beast. Ken then returned the blades in his hands to their usual look, before placing it on the seal on his wrist. What's that supposed to mean? Inoki scowled. His mind was still stuck strategizing ways to completely envelop Ken in an attack. After all, regeneration just meant Inoki needed to not leave him anything to regenerate. Not much, see ya. Ken just waved at him, and just as a few more nails of sand flew towards him, a cloud of smoke engulfed him. Anoki's eyes widened as he watched the gigantic nails of sand pass through the smoke and blow it away, revealing nothing. Shit! He's escaped. Chapter 132, Disappearance, Confusion and Filth. TSK, to think he'd disappear just like that. Anoki scowled as the smoke that had enveloped Ken cleared. By his side, black sand twirled and came together to form a figure. A tall man with spiky black hair. It was none other than the Kazekage. It might be for the best. The man who had seemingly just returned from the dead seemed quite shaken. Of course, you'd say that. You seemed content with hiding around in the sand like a rat after your clone got killed. Anoki scowled once more, this time towards the Kazekage. Don't judge me too harshly, Anoki. I've had my doubts, but the red dot is certainly worthy of his infamy. The Kazekage clenched his fist as he spoke. He seemed to be sweating heavily as he looked down at his bleeding arm. Even with the substitution jutsu prepared ahead of time, I still almost died. His speed is simply unbelievable. What an absurd monster. The Kazekage was one of the very strongest in the shinobi world. One of the great Kage. And even he only barely escaped death in a brief confrontation with Ken. Well, welcome to the current world. There's a reason why so many of us came together to bring him down, third Kazekage. Anoki shook his head and crossed his arms. The Kazekage could only shrug at that point. It's possible that he's more absurd than we expected. I'm pretty sure he turned his head towards me whilst I was still in hiding. Even stopping my heart momentarily, not breathing and stifling my chakra flow was not enough to go unnoticed by him. The Kazekage decided to no longer speak about that, however, not wanting to dwell on it for too long. I guess I now know why the Mizukage didn't want anything to do with this whole operation. I'm regretting joining it myself. Still, it seems our intel on the Red Dot and the Dark Brotherhood's plans was quite thorough. That Grass Village informant seems to be worth his salt. Anoki muttered as he looked below. The one-tailed beast was already retracting into the body of its Jinchuriki, the flimsy seal reactivating itself after a set period of time. Indeed, honestly I have my doubts about our chances against that monster now. But the plan might still just work. The third Kazekage could only sigh after contemplating the situation a bit. His hopes were on their plan to succeed. Reverse summoning used in such a way. It's certainly ingenious, although a rather large waste of chakra to use it on a battlefield. Anoki stroked his beard as he remembered the explanation he had received regarding the Dark Brotherhood's means. Maybe so, seems they have plenty of monsters in that Dark Brotherhood of theirs. The Kazekage crossed his arms and looked at the place where Ken had vanished. Anoki seemed to be thinking about something for a few seconds before he looked at the Kazekage and smiled in a shrewd manner. Heh, doesn't matter. I wonder how confused the Red Dot is going to be when he realizes that he's not been summoned to the right location. Ken landed on the stone floor upright. He cracked his neck as his senses adjusted to his surroundings, and in an instant, he felt several spikes stabbing into his body from all sides. It wasn't that the attacks were too fast for him to dodge, but that they had likely started before he had even gotten reverse summoned in that strange place. The blind monster growled as he felt himself being strangely immobilized by the spikes. It wasn't long before he realized that all of the stakes that had stabbed into him were adorned with sealing formations. They weren't as powerful as the ones used by the Uzumaki, but there were numerous, compact, certainly the work of a bright mind. Ken could only really move his mouth slightly. Every other part of his body was completely immobilized. KH. A dragon trapped in a cage like a rat. A sinister voice sounded out in that cave. Ken recognized that presence as one of the beings that had been spying on him throughout his journey. But he realized that it wasn't quite the same. It seemed to have something else attached to it. A blob of consciousness that Ken couldn't quite put his finger on. Seems Saburo did indeed betray us, huh? Figures. And what are you exactly? Ken tried to shake his head in regret but was unable to, so he ended up only slightly gritting his teeth. You can call me Black Zetsu. You were a tad too trusting of the strawman. An ambitious man like him would normally dread working under anyone. When promised true freedom, he readily accepted. Ken scowled slightly when hearing that. TSK, I gave him more than enough freedom. Seems like I'll have to rethink our partnership going forward. The blind monster's voice was carrying a powerful intonation. It was enough to strike fear into the heart of any regular shinobi that he would have run into. But the thing in front of him was no regular shinobi. Going forward? And what gives you the confidence to escape this place? It's a prison specifically made for you, with your specifications in mind. Saburo, the little snake, was crucial in the creation of this cage. Ken couldn't help but smile slightly underneath his mask when he heard that. Oh, that's cute. You think I've shown him everything that there is to know about me? In an instant, Ken's already transformed boy started shifting unnaturally, and some of the seals around him seemed to start malfunctioning. It seemed that the very nature of Ken's being was shifting, and Black Zetsu couldn't help but narrow its eyes. I guess sealing him isn't going to be so simple. We don't have access to any powerful sealing technique, unfortunately. The strongest genjutsu we have at hand is also visual in activation, which is next to useless in this case. The parasitic being couldn't help but scowl at the trapped monster's confidence. Even if you hid some of your capabilities, you are not going to make it in time. The Dark Brotherhood will be a thing of the past by the time you manage to free yourself, and we will only have you to deal with. Ken could feel rage bubbling up inside him. In his mind the image of the ones he cared for appeared. He couldn't bring himself to imagine them dying. He couldn't accept such a fate. After that, all of our combined efforts will be enough to either permanently seal you away or kill you outright. That is if I am unable to kill you myself by that point. Black Zetsu then plunged a wooden stake into Ken's heart. Or at least tried to. The wooden stake cracked and bent and splintered against Ken's scales, making the blind assassin scoff. Pathetic. The blind assassin's cold voice washed over Black Zetsu, sending a few shivers down its spine. But it composed itself almost instantly, even scoffing in the process. Black Zetsu then brought out a different tool, a long special kunai, which he then imbued with chakra and once again stabbed towards Ken. You can gloat all you want. But we were expecting tough scales. The kunai's tip struggled against the blind monster's chest, sparks rose and eventually, after a few seconds of applying constant pressure, the parasitic entity finally drew blood. Try your worst. But you better pray that you kill me in time, otherwise, I will make sure to end you and everything you care about. Ken didn't even hiss from the pain. His calm words seemed to unnerve the being slightly. Even in this situation, he clings on to hope? What gives him so much confidence? By Saburo's words, there was no one besides the immortal that we needed to concern ourselves with. The parasitic being was quite confused at that moment, trying to think of any factors that they might have overlooked in their planning. But nothing really came to mind, which prompted Black Zetsu to just shake its head and plunge another long kunai into Ken. He didn't take out the other one, to prevent the blind monster from healing. But even piercing his skin was difficult due to the toughness of his scales. Thankfully, the body of the Zetsu it was occupying was stronger physically than others. Even then, trying to pierce Ken's skin felt like he was trying to pierce a stone wall with a screwdriver. Seems like this will be fun, the Black Zetsu lamented as it continued taking out various tools. Meanwhile, at the Dark Brotherhood compound, things were not going quite as they were expecting. The two-tailed beasts seemed to have finally escaped from their misshapen sealing formations. It was supposed to be nothing more than a temporary prison regardless. Now all of the chakra of the Dark Brotherhood was being finally focused on defending just the compound. Tasho and Akira both stood on top of the main gate, both preparing for the worst as they had not received any word from their master. Wasn't it time for him to get summoned here? Akira asked as he watched the two-tailed beasts wreak havoc on the mountain range that surrounded their brotherhood. I have a bad feeling about this. Tasho mouthed off before looking down at the center of the compound, where all of the pillars of the formation, the children, were sitting in meditative formations. The first blade's critical eye couldn't help but notice one of Saburo's clones heading for the middle of the village, an action that immediately aroused the suspicion of the already distrustful man. Akira, watch the gate. The first blade spoke out, tapping the third blade on the shoulder before dashing towards the middle of the village, turning into a blur in the process. His eyes narrowed as he felt more of Saburo's clones heading for the middle. A concerning sign. There was no reason for Saburo to do so, none whatsoever. And it wasn't long before one of the clones took out a blade and stalked closer and closer to one of the meditating pillars. Shit. Seems like my worries have materialized. I need to protect the children. But Tasho wasn't the only one paying attention. In an instant, that clone was slammed into the ground at inhuman speeds. Kicked by a masked teenager with only one leg. Tatsukio, the one-legged devil. What seems to be the matter, Mr. Second Blade? The NR.1 prospect of the Dark Brotherhood looked at the surrounding clones with a cold smile. He slowly tilted his head as a cold and deadly murderous intent exuded off of him. He was initially supposed to be one of the pillars, but decided to leave that duty to one of his other siblings, deciding to take it upon himself to defend them to his death. Change of plans. We need to take down the barrier. One of the stronger clones stepped forward, instantly deciding on a course of action. Oh? Is that so? The teacher did mention that there won't be any changes. And to be wary of you, just in case. The veins on Tatsukio's neck bulged slightly as he slowly unsheathed the tanto on his back. In an instant, countless projectiles were fired towards the pillars from all sides. Tatsukio couldn't help but sweat as he realized he couldn't block every single one. But he wasn't alone. More and more of his siblings jumped in, faceless masks surrounding the clones in their entirety. Unseen and almost impossible to detect, many banded together to form a circle around the pillars. And the rest were all already standing with their blades at the necks of Saburo's clones. These clones are all mostly disposable. But I guess I had underestimated how well trained you all were. The strongest clone present spoke in a rather monotone voice. Its body then seemed to shift in strange manners. This clone, however, is not something that you children can deal with. A patchwork of the Swordsman of the Mist, one of my finest works of art. Besides, he then quickly made a hand sign, choosing to sacrifice his weaker clones as all of the children either stabbed them in the neck or beheaded them. Shit, get away! Tatsukio spoke out as most of the clones turned out to have explosive tags on them. The tags sparked and explosions ate at the entire square. But they then vanished in an instant, catching even Saburo off guard. Oh! So you're here. The strawman's clone turned to the side and slowly stepped back, eyeing Tatsukio, who had already drawn the Samahata. Although the Samahata didn't like fire nature chakra, the first blade still forced it to eat up the explosion before it killed any of the children. I knew trusting you was a mistake. I guess Master cannot be completely right at all times. Tasho shook his head and slowly rested the wriggling Samahata on his shoulder. I never did see you in a fight, now did I? The strawman clone ignored the first blade's comment, instead slowly raising its hands and preparing to make a few more hand signs. Let's see how well you F-A-. The clone continued speaking but was swiftly cut off as both of its arms flew off. Shut it! Tasho stood behind him, towering over him, the Samahata quickly munching on the clone's dismembered arms. The first blade cracked his neck, as the strawman clone slowly fell forward, pinned to the ground by the enlarged and wriggling handle of the Samahata, completely unable to even move. As Master's first student and most trusted right-hand man, I shall take it upon myself to rid the Brotherhood of your filth. Chapter 133, Betrayal, Sinking and Help. Saburo's clone's mask broke as he also felt his legs being swallowed up by the Samahata. TSK. So you were hiding your strength? The strawman scowled while his eyes landed on Tasho. I was merely following my master's teachings. A good assassin always keeps his cards close to his chest. Tasho shook his head as the Samahata chewed on the clone's flesh with glee. Haha, too bad your master couldn't follow his own teachings. He attracted too much attention with his actions, this could have all been avoided. The strawman's dismembered clone seemed to gain a bitter tone as it spoke about the leader of the Dark Brotherhood. Tasho didn't seem to get offended when hearing the traitor badmouth Ken. Well, it was certainly an effective strategy in terms of forcing our true enemies to rear their heads. Like you did. After this is done, our brotherhood will be able to roam freely, without any worry about snakes like you lurking in the shadows. The first blade shook his head before swinging the Samahata down on the clone's back. Children, immediately undo all seals on you that are connected to the second blade and his clones. Tasho then turned to the children and nodded at them. Way ahead of you, sir. I already told all of our siblings to do so when killing his first clone. Tatsukiyo waved at the first blade with a smile underneath his mask. Plenty of his siblings had gotten injured due to Saburo's explosive clones. Tatsukiyo himself was safe, and he had even managed to pull away some of his siblings, but without Tasho's interference, some of them would have surely died. But it wasn't like this was the first time Tasho saved them. He was the one to bring them all within the Brotherhood at the end of the day. Then it should be fine. Hunt down all of Saburo's clones that are within the barrier, and form a defensive line around the pillars of support. Tasho waved his hand around and ordered the children with a stern voice. They all nodded and blurred away, Tatsukiyo included. Only a few of them remained around the pillars. What a goddamned mess. The first blade then vanished, dashing towards his master's building. His mind was reeling, trying to understand the extent of Saburo's betrayal and the full scope of what he was truly capable of. In his mind, he couldn't help but worry Saburo could still interfere with the barrier they had set up even without killing the pillars. Thankfully, the children acting as pillars are all instructed to block off their contract seals, otherwise, Saburo could have destroyed the barrier without any issue. Ken had made sure to take many precautions to ensure that the pillars of support for the barrier around the Brotherhood were not going to be disturbed. He had even instructed all of them to remove any seals that would allow their siblings to draw chakra from them. The pillars were essentially only supposed to draw chakra from others through seals and nothing more. If they were to be interrupted, then the last line of defense of their Brotherhood would also fall. Acria, the third blade, was surely already also helping in hunting down the other clones that were somewhat scattered within the compound. Saburo was a skilled shinobi, but when splitting his consciousness between many clones at once his skills became dulled, which led to even the children being able to deal with the clones. The only real problem was that they could coordinate like no other shinobi squad in existence, and that the more of them died, the harder they became to kill. Tasho knew that the children would handle everything within the compound, so the most difficult part would be up to him. The laboratory. It was likely deserted by now, but Tasho was sure that was where the bulk of the clones were located. There were around 65 of them in total from what I remember. I should expect at least 20 of them down there. The original likely fled long before this happened. I just hope Ken is not in any immediate danger. Fighting ensued and embroiled the entirety of the compound. Tasho felt the earth rattle as jutsu of all kinds erased the houses they had worked hard to build. But it was nothing to worry about. A house could be built back up from its foundation. And the Brotherhood's foundation was the children and Ken himself. As long as that foundation survived, then the Brotherhood was bound to thrive once more. Tasho passed by 2 other clones on his way to the laboratory. They seemed to still be idly guarding the entrance. They weren't able to react in time, both of them getting decapitated as soon as the first blade passed by them. The laboratory was about as empty as he expected it to be. Or so it seemed. Tasho received a strange premonition before raising his samahana above his head. He blocked a hand that had been grabbing at his head, and a strange seal spread on the living blade. Crimson seal, huh? Tasho muttered before flinging the clone to the side of the room, smashing him into the wall before shaking the samahana slightly. The seal was undone rather quickly, not that it would have done anything to the samahana, as it required the victim to have a human-like chakra network in order to work. But the failed ambush wasn't really concerning to Tasho. What felt more concerning was that he was now completely surrounded from all sides by masked clones. I guess I wasn't the only one hiding things. Seems you've made more clones than reported. I knew your clones felt weaker than usual. Maybe you're spreading yourself out too thin? Tasho scowled while the samahana twirled around him and bared its teeth. Of course I am. This is a special occasion. It was difficult enough to create this many clones away from the red dot's gaze. I need to make use of all my resources to make sure everything goes well. One of Saburo's clones spoke with calm as the others seemed to be preparing for a fight, making hand signs and preparing jutsu which Tasho mostly recognized. Nothing will be going well for you. The first blade brandished his living sword while speaking in a calm manner, not letting his frustration and worry affect his thought process. Many of the clones around him were amongst the strongest that Saburo had, and as the weaker ones above ground died off, the ones he was now up against were going to be both stronger and more difficult to deal with. But that wasn't the first precarious situation that Tasho had found himself in. Even as all of the clones around him formed a frying line of various jutsu, he stood calm. It seemed that Saburo's arsenal was rather expansive, ranging from fireballs to dragon bullets to water dragons and even wind blades. They all rushed towards Tasho, filling the room with light. The first blade only gave the strawman a composed sigh before gripping the living blade in his hand. Like a snake, the Samahata coiled around Tasho's body, absorbing all of the attacks with glee before spreading out once more, lashing out in a circle and slashing at all of the closest clones in the same swipe. But Saburo was clearly prepared for that. All of the clones took a few steps back, crowding the room a bit while Tasho let go of the Samahata and did a few hand signs of his own. I may be outnumbered, but you've not made the smartest move in choosing to fight me in such an enclosed space. The first blade spoke out as he finally finished his technique. Wind release, great vacuum wave. The first blade took a deep breath. In an instant, Saburo's clones felt like they were suffocating as all oxygen in the room vanished. Then, with a huff and a scowl, Tasho immediately started exhaling. The air came out of his mouth like a concentrated stream of pressure. The first blade then immediately spun around while continuing to exhale. The Samahata immediately ducked as waves of sharp air cut through the entire room. Saburo's clones acted quickly too. Some rose earth walls all the way up to the ceiling, but they were swiftly crushed by the air pressure. Some had also tried using fire-style jutsu, but due to the low oxygen, they were mostly unsuccessful. Limbs flew around in that enclosed space as the vacuum wave washed over all of the clones. Some were cut in two, some were simply left with an arm less. Air quickly entered the room again as Tasho's attack also struck down the sturdy door that had closed behind him. All in all, only around 10 clones had been lost, and more were injured and missing limbs, but at least the first blade was successful in his task of thinning the herd. Tisk, and here I was hoping that you would go down easily. One of the clones spoke out with a spiteful tone. In an instant, the ground under Tasho's feet broke, and 3 pairs of hands reached out to grab at his feet. The first blade immediately jumped, the Samahata rushing into his hand as he swiped at the clones that had tried sneaking up on him once more. You'll have to try harder than that, he shouted as he cleaved apart the clones underneath him. Only one of them managed to substitute, not losing its life in the process. Saburo seemed to be getting even more annoyed at that point, and some of his clones immediately started preparing for a combination jutsu. Tasho noticed that and immediately dashed towards them, only to be stopped by 4 different clones, all brandishing different blades. They all clashed with the Samahata together, crossing their blades and stopping the first blade in his tracks while some others tried to stab at him from behind. But the Samahata wasn't a simple blade, it immediately expanded and twisted to block the attacks coming from behind its user. The blade moved in an unnatural manner, immediately starting to shred apart the blades that had been stuck in between its scales. Tasho then swiped his elongated living blade, forcing all of the clones to take a step back. You're right. It was a mistake to fight you here. How about we take this outside then? In an instant, 6 different clones tapped the ground at their feet. Earth release, moving earth core. 6 voices could be heard all at once as the entire room started shifting unnaturally. Tasho scowled as he tried to brace himself as best he could. Earth-style ninjutsu of such scale in an underground setting could only really mean one thing. They were trying to make a cave-in. But the worst part was that Tasho could see how they were first making the laboratory's insides bigger. Shit, don't tell me. Tasho immediately felt his entire body shake as the walls, floor, and ceiling around him filled with cracks. Saburo seemed to almost read his thoughts, as he gleefully started laughing. Indeed! Why don't we bring the Brotherhood down a few pegs? Tasho immediately dashed at the clones performing the jutsu, but he was already far too late. The cracks spread and expanded, and before he even made it to them, the ceiling started collapsing. Shit! The Brotherhood is sinking! Outside, the effects of Saburo's actions could clearly be felt. Tatsukio panted a bit as he took out his tanto from the skull of the last clone he had found in the compound. He and his siblings were hard at work, hunting down the one that had betrayed their trust. What they didn't expect was for the ground underneath their feet to break. In an instant, the entire Brotherhood seemed to collapse. The children acted quickly, jumping off on some buildings while doing their best to try and remain above ground. The one-legged assassin then looked at the sky, only to notice that it had lost its red tint. Shit! The barrier's fallen! The earthquake and sinkhole had certainly managed to disturb the pillars, causing them to lose concentration. The four-red yang formation was both powerful and complex, and the children acting as pillars were not yet at the level of mastery where they could maintain it during such chaos. Saburo would have known that as well had he ever bothered paying attention to the children. Had he done so, then he could have sunken the Brotherhood from the beginning, and not even sacrificed as many clones as he did. Regardless, now things were taking a turn for the worse. Tatsukio shouted for his siblings to prepare for the worst, but he realized that they didn't have enough time to set up another barrier. Back at the front gate, Akira slowly sat back up. He had returned there after taking care of a few clones. And now that the barrier had fallen, he had a bigger threat to address. Well, shit! He uttered as he stood in front of two enraged tailed beasts brimming with power and bloodlust. The monsters wasted no time at all, both pointing their tails to the skies as two gigantic spheres of chakra gathered above their mouths. One's chakra took the form of condensed steam, the other's took the form of pure magma. I can't let that hit the Brotherhood. The third blade clenched his fists before turning into a blur. He dashed into the forest in front of him, his aim set. In an instant, the two tailed beasts fired off. Tailed beast lava bomb. Tailed beast steam bomb. The two tailed beasts repeated their attacks from earlier. This time, there was no barrier stopping them from erasing the compound in its entirety. But just as they pointed their mouths forward, a figure appeared in front of them. They both immediately recognized it as the third blade, currently in midair and finishing up a jutsu. Water release, great waterfall technique. In a desperate bid to stop the tailed beast bombs, Akira threw himself in front of them and released a gigantic wave of water, using up a lot of chakra to spit it out of his mouth in hopes of combating the tailed beast's attack in any way. Even more steam appeared as the gigantic wave Akira spat out flooded the forest in front of him and made contact with the pressurized steam and magma. In a few seconds, the water he was spitting out was overwhelmed purely by the massive force they were up against. And in the end, the third blade was forced to block those two-tailed beast bombs with his body. He gritted his teeth and spread out his arms, preparing for the worst. And just as he closed his eyes, he heard a loud shout. Yeah! The third blade immediately opened his eyes, only to see two gigantic purple octopus tails deflecting the tailed beast bombs into the sky. 8 Tails Hachibi Jinchuriki Lord Killer Bee is here. Akira sweated as he looked behind him to see a gigantic singing octopus with a set of burly arms and an ox head. Instantly, the third blade's eyes lit up. And before he could even think, a flash of black lightning appeared at the corner of his gaze, and the 5-tailed beast seemed to be struck to the ground, on its head landing the figure of a dark-skinned burly man with long spiky white hair. It took a second, but Akira did recognize him eventually. The third Raikage. How dare you pieces of trash try and attack our ally? The burly man glowed with a dark aura around him as his voice thundered throughout the entire battlefield. Akira couldn't help but smile. Shit! This might just be doable. Chapter 134, Message, Objective and Reinforcements. The legs of the 5-tailed beast cracked and buckled as it supported the enraged Raikage's landing. His mind was filled with confusion as he glanced at the state of the Dark Brotherhood compound, not understanding how Ken had allowed it to get so bad. But at the end of the day, he couldn't truly judge the Red Dot. He knew how things could devolve unexpectedly, how one small mistake could lead to a domino effect. It wasn't uncommon. He was also unaware of the full scope of the situation. All he knew was that he had received a message from a bat that his only real ally was facing a lot of trouble. The bat presented itself to be an envoy of the Dark Brotherhood, but the Raikage found it odd, as Ken was not usually one to ask for help. And the message itself didn't feel like something that Ken would write. But regardless of that, he didn't ignore it. He knew that Ken was contracted with the bats after all. In no time, he and Killer Bee had picked up the pace and started running towards the Dark Brotherhood at full speed. Though it was tiring, they had managed to make it in a mere day. When they arrived, the situation was still very much under control, so they both stayed around, rested for a bit and observed. But everything seemed to go to shit in an instant, leading to them having to interfere. Now, the situation had devolved to the point where Ken needed his help. And he wasn't going to hesitate. At the end of the day, he still had hopes of forging an even closer relationship with Ken and the Dark Brotherhood. Akira's eyes narrowed when seeing him there. He was glad that he didn't need to die anymore. But they weren't out of danger, not even close to it. To the side, the four-tailed beast lashed out in rage as well, extending one of its hands and grabbing at the figure of the burly Raikage. The Cloud Village leader spared the beast no glance, instead concentrating on the horse-like tailed beast at his feet. "I'm not gonna make it in time." The third blade panicked as he dashed towards the third Raikage. But as his worries started becoming more and more pronounced, he felt a gigantic whirlwind pass him, blowing him away to the side as the titanic figure of the Eight-Tails bum rushed the gorilla-tailed beast. "Ree!" Killer Bee's now monstrous voice echoed throughout the battlefield as his gigantic horn punctured the gorilla's abdomen as he continued rushing forward towards the army of shinobi that had been mostly sitting on the sidelines up to that point. The Four Tails also retaliated, smashing its fists down on the ox-octopus's back while roaring in rage, spewing magma in its surroundings. It seemed to burn the Eight-Tails slightly, but there wasn't much reaction. The screams that echoed through the battlefield were instead coming from the shinobi that the tailed beasts were crushing with their tails. Friendly fire became a big issue as the Four Tails started struggling for domination against its stronger brother. In the first place, it wasn't a battle that the four-tailed Jinchuriki could win under normal circumstances. Killer Bee was a perfect Jinchuriki as well, and the Eight-Tails had both more chakra and destructive capabilities. Rashi, the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, realized that he only really had a chance if he worked together with his partner, Han, the Five-Tails Jinchuriki. But Han was stuck dealing with an even more dangerous foe. The third Raikage was quite literally one of the strongest shinobi of his time. Even as Jinchuriki, the only thing they could hope to do against him was escape. But they didn't truly have that option now, did they? This was supposed to be an all-out assault, a way to finally take down the Red Dot and the Dark Brotherhood, erase any traces of his influence and prevent the rise of yet another true god of shinobi. The army they had with them should have technically been enough to deal with the Brotherhood, but it seemed that their informant had run into some issues, as he was seemingly unable to deal with the Blades and the children. Their few thousand shinobi would still prove to be sufficient if it was an open battle. But they were in enemy territory. And the enemy were assassins trained by the Red Dot. In the end, Han and Rashi only really had one objective now that things had devolved to that point. Wait for reinforcements. They needed to stall out the Raikage and Killer Bee, the two factors that their leaders hadn't accounted for. They needed to stall the Cloud Duo until the army that was supposed to be dealing with Ken arrived to assist. With another tailed beast and two great Kage, their chances would increase greatly. And when fighting a battle of endurance, that was what Jinchuriki were best at. The third Raikage was eventually forced to jump away from the fallen five-tailed beast. Han released a strange roar and spread out a thick layer of flesh-melting steam around his body. The Raikage wasn't affected by it outwardly thanks to his lightning armor, but that didn't mean he could breathe in that steam. It was hot enough to melt someone's lungs, and although the Raikage's internal organs were strengthened as well to some degree, it was better not to risk things. Han was also well aware of that. His only real shot at damaging the wreckage was by forcing him to breathe in his steam. But that was easier said than done. With a massive advantage in speed and trained lungs, the wreckage could still blitz into his cloud of steam, beat the shit out of him, and leave before needing to take a breath. Still, Han's answer was obvious when remembering his goal. Stall him for as long as possible. In an instant, his form retracted into his body, becoming smaller, yet still covered in a white, mist-like chakra that formed 4 tails at the end of his tailbone. Unlike most other Jinchuriki, when using the chakra of his tailed beast and unleashing up to 4 tails, Han's body was still visible through the thick layer of steam-like white chakra. Even in human form, Han was a man larger than most. His body was mostly covered in red and black armor, and the lower part of his face was also covered in a red mask. The wreckage scowled when seeing that, realizing that Han had made himself a smaller target on purpose, and immediately knowing his objective. In an instant, the wreckage had already almost fully closed in the distance between them, startling the 5 tails Jinchuriki. But Han was an experienced shinobi, already well aware of the wreckage's overwhelming speed. And he had already prepared something. Boil release. Impurity cleansing steam lands. In an instant, the wreckage felt himself being pushed back by pressurized steam. It was like a bomb of steam had just gone off in front of him, and he was sent flying backwards a few dozen meters before he dug his legs into the ground with a scowl on his face. But the true aspect of that jutsu had only just started. The wreckage's eyes immediately felt strained from the heat, as he noticed that everything, for as long as his eyes could see, was covered in that same flesh-melting steam. Han himself sweated a bit when he heard the pained screams of some of his allies. Many had started advancing towards the Brotherhood in a bid to escape the mortal exchange between the other 2 tailed beasts. This led to many now being trapped in an area with low vision where the air itself was trying to melt the skin off their bones. But it couldn't be helped. Han realized it from the moment that the Cloud Duo had shown up. We'll have to go all out if we so much as want to survive. That was true for both him and Rashi. What an annoying brat. The third wreckage spoke through clenched teeth as he held his breath into the best of his ability. His eyes narrowed in anger as the lightning armor around him intensified. This is just the beginning, Lord Wreckage. Han's stoic voice was also somewhat strained, his throat somewhat sore from spitting out that much steam in such quick succession. But he would get over it. Boil release, bone blistering box. The Jinchuriki's arms moved quickly, his next jutsu already prepared while the wreckage was still regaining his bearings. In an instant, the wreckage felt the mist around shifting rapidly. It was all condensing around him, forming what looked to be a rather sturdy barrier. TSK, what a waste of effort. The wreckage wasted no time. Dashing towards one of the thick walls with his hand already extended. 4 of his fingers were extended forward, and a spear of black lightning chakra formed around his hand, sharper and thicker than anything Han had ever seen. Just as he reached the steam wall, he brought 3 of the fingers, and in an instant, the spear of black lightning became even sharper, more pointed. 1 finger hell stab. The wreckage's voice boomed as the steam around him was blown away. His hand passed through the solid wall of steam without any issue. It was almost a bit too easy. But then again, the wreckage was using his strongest form, aiming to end the fight quickly. Still, he felt the steam hug around his arm tightly as it passed through. Without any hesitation, he turned his entire body into a spear and passed through the wall with ease. He felt a slight burning sensation as he closed his eyes and reached the other side. The second he did so, he was met with another trap. The ground underneath his feet seemed to have turned into mud. He felt his legs sinking quickly as his eyes shot wide open. Earth release, swamp of the underworld. The jutsu was clearly powered by the chakra of the tailed beast, making the mud extra sticky and annoying to deal with. But in the eyes of true strength, it was all just petty tricks. The wreckage stomped with force, and in an instant, the technique underneath him broke. All mud and steam was blown away from his vicinity as the earth itself cracked underneath his strength. Still, that action seemed to be exactly what Han had wanted, as the wreckage's vision was now affected. The steam release from Han's body intensified, and the area around him immediately became harder and harder to see through. Han's chakra tails moved upwards, all pointing towards his covered mouth. In an instant, all of the steam he had released started twirling and condensing into a ball of swirling concentrated chakra right above his mouth. It all took seconds, and just as the Rakich's vision improved, he realized that he was staring down the miniature version of one of the strongest attacks that Jinchuriki could use. Boiling Tail Beast Bow Dash. But just as Han was about to release that attack, his entire body froze up, and the beast inside of him screamed a warning. Whoops, I've been spotted. A masked man with a gigantic blade, looking more akin to a butcher, was already behind him. Han immediately recognized his mask. The third blade, the one they were told to be more cautious against. Shit! I was focusing too much on the Rakich. Han cursed internally as the gigantic blade swiped towards him from behind. His eyes widened as he felt its chakra-enhanced edge cut slightly into his shoulder before he immediately rolled to the side. The tailed beast bomb he had been preparing to release immediately detonated, creating a large explosion which sent the third blade flying backwards, his mask cracked and his skin melting, showing off the red muscle underneath. Han panted a bit, recovering quickly from that near-death experience while internally berating himself. At least that monster is dead dash. Just as he was thinking that, the third blade immediately stood up, his exposed muscles quickly being covered in a layer of skin. So the rumors were true. Han could only narrow his eyes, while his tails immediately lashed out and pushed him to the side. The ground where he had been standing was immediately cracked and splintered, as the Rakich landed there while trying to decapitate him with an axe kick. A rhythmic whistle could be heard as the third blade walked and stood beside the glowing third Rakich. Parts of his mask were falling off, revealing a devilish smirk as he dragged his massive regenerating blade on the ground. Glad to see you're still alive. The Rakich spoke briefly, greeting Akira while also not wanting to waste his breath. How else would I be? I can hardly die. He then slowly raised his massive blade and ran his fingers across its edge, scowling a bit as he scraped some dried blood off of the edge. That's good. Let's take this bastard down then. The Rakich became more spirited, realizing that Han's tricks weren't going to work that well on someone who could ignore his techniques fully. I'll take care of anything with my strength and speed. The two of us can easily look for an opening. We'll dash. Take him down? He's already halfway dead. Akira laughed a bit at the end, slowly licking the dried up blood on his fingernails. The Rakich scowled a bit when seeing that, finding the scene a bit disturbing. Then he remembered the strange cult that he had fought in the past and the rituals that Ken had described. The immortal assassin seemed to draw a strange pentagram on the ground, which quickly glowed red. In an instant, his entire body was covered in tattoos, most of his skin turning black, only the white outline of a skeleton showing on the parts of his body that were visible. Curse technique, death controlling possessed blood. Akira clapped his hands together as the technique finalized. Han was confused for a second before he finally felt it. His lungs were burning up, as Akira freely breathed in his steam. He immediately spat out blood as he crouched, clutching at his chest. What? His eyes trailed towards the immortal assassin, who was just giving him a calm smile. Then he heard the tailed beast within him mention that a connection had been made between their bodies, and the situation finally clicked. Well then, mind if I do the honors? The Rakich laughed, finding the scene amusing. The enemy that had been giving him trouble earlier was now a writing mess. Of course not, just don't stain my clothes too much. Akira shouted as the Rakich smiled and nodded. Haha, I'll try not to. In an instant, the Rakich's arm formed a spear, and that spear ran through the third blade's chest cleanly, burning a hole through it and exiting the other side in a second. The scene made Han's eyes almost pop out of their sockets in shock. And the damage was immediately transferred. From that point on, he couldn't even muster any last words as the light was snuffed from his eyes. The Rakich looked at the scene with satisfaction, his arm still holding up the third blade's body. Hey big guy, mind taking your fingers out of my heart? Akira tapped the burly man's forearm with an annoyed look, gaining another laugh from the Rakich, who immediately pulled his arm out and turned his black lightning armor off. Good. That was much easier than I expected. I still need some rest though. The wreckage slowly panted as the steam around the battlefield seemed to die down. I'll go check on the others then. Go to the compound and rest. Leader isn't around right now, but we'll handle things from here. I'll just ask you to protect the kids. I'm sure that's what he want too. Akira wasn't one to give around orders. But the situation was serious enough, so he didn't feel like joking around constantly either. The wreckage also didn't protest. He could see many shinobi now starting to approach them since the field of steam had died down. So he gave the third blade one last smile before dashing off, letting him handle the situation from there. Akira sighed as he watched him leave. He then turned around and slugged his gigantic sword on his shoulder. His eyes scanned the army of shinobi that had gathered around him. Well then, let's dance, shall we? Chapter 135, Tailed Beasts, Perspective and Assistance. Killer Bee roared in his tailed beast form as his tails smashed around the battlefield. Slight burns covered his gigantic body as he constantly clashed with the Four Tails magma-covered body. We won't win anytime soon at this rate. Killer Bee narrowed his eyes when he heard the voice of the tailed beast that resided within him. Having to face off against a tailed beast would never be easy. The fact that Bee wanted to end things quickly didn't make things easier for him. Gyuki, the eight-tailed beast, was also seemingly not that excited about having to take on and kill one of its brothers, but it was still cooperating with Bee. There was also the fact that Gyuki was special. For a tailed beast, its tails dictated the amount of chakra within their bodies, their raw power per SE. So Gyuki surely had more power than its four-tailed brother, Son Goku. But that wasn't truly the case. Each tailed beast had its chakra nature and specific unique traits. Shikaku, the one-tailed beast, had absolute dominion over sand, and the ability to turn its body into sand at will, making it a dangerous opponent despite having the least chakra among them. Matatabi, the two-tailed beast, had control over and had its body completely covered in blue flame. It was something she could use both defensively and offensively to great effect. So on and so forth. Son Goku, the fourth-tailed beast, had absolute control over magma, and it could also completely cover its body in magma, making it hard to get close to, and hard to fight. While its magma wasn't as hot as the blue fire of Matatabi, it was still difficult to deal with, and it seemed to almost cling to the body. In a way, things had a way of evening themselves out in the world. Gyuki, despite having a lot more chakra than Son Goku, didn't really have a distinctive trait besides its control over ink. It was still a powerful unique trait, sure. It could be used in many ways, but it wasn't all that great offensively or defensively for that matter. Ink was good at blinding others, and taking them by surprise. It was how octopus also used their ink in nature. But Gyuki and Killer Bee both knew that such a thing would never work on Son Goku, who was already well aware of said ability. Bee couldn't even make proper distance and pelt it with tailed beast bombs, as now Rashi was surely going to constantly close the distance between them to keep up the advantage. We're in a bind, can't deny, partner, oh my. Stuck in this place, searching for a way to end this fool EY? Bee's melodic voice sounded a bit distraught. He knew that even if the wreckage finished his opponent quickly, he wouldn't be able to assist much. As a Jinchuriki, Bee had a bit more stamina than the wreckage. Although the wreckage was still monstrous, traveling for a whole day at full speed and then fighting a tailed beast was sure to drain him quite a bit. To make matters worse, they had no way of knowing when or if reinforcements for their enemies would arrive. After all, if so many villages had formed such a large alliance to go after the Dark Brotherhood, they surely had sent a lot of people to go after Ken too. But Bee wasn't all that worried for the Red Dot's safety at first. After all, he was well aware of how powerful their blind assassin friend was. But the problem to him was that there were people in the alliance who should have also been aware of Ken's power. Like the Tsuchikage. They surely got plans, no lie, they're prepped for him. What's your take, Gyuki? Let's vibe on this, it's grim. Bee's inner rapping voice didn't stop, even as he wrestled with Rashi, clashing tails and blasting away magma with the shockwaves from his other tails. He was also trying his best to attack as many shinobi as possible. After all, many had started heading for the compound already, which was concerning, to say the least. There were still too many of them, at least a few thousand left. Most of the corpses scattered around were mere cannon fodder, so things were still not looking all that great overall. If I were to take a guess. They're likely planning to seal him. Whether or not it'll work, I can't say for sure. Kyuki also mused in the middle of combat, trying to understand what exactly the alliance they were fighting was after. I doubt their success, Ken strong without a doubt. But let's put that aside, no need to pout. Focus on this fool here, let's take him out. In an instant, B started to shrink, reverting to a form that only showcased 6 tails, a pair of powerful bone horns, a visible spine and a purplish cloak of thick churka covering his body. Rashi seemed to be trying to grab him, but Killer Bee managed to push himself a bit to the side using his purplish tails. He rolled on the ground and looked up with a grin. In an instant, a gigantic red-furred tail quickly tried to crush him from above, and Bee immediately dashed to the side, scowling as his body moved at speeds much greater than most could follow. But Rashi seemed to still be able to follow him. Lava release, rapid-fire magma bullets. In an instant, magma formed at Rashi's gigantic mouth, and he started spitting blobs of magma at B. The blobs flew so quickly that they seemed to almost melt through the sound barrier. B seemed to be rather calm as he danced around the battlefield, avoiding the bullets with relative ease. He didn't flinch even as he felt some of them pass by a few centimeters from his skin. After a few seconds of dodging and dashing backwards, the 8 tails Jinchuriki stopped and smiled. Immediately, a hail of magma blobs headed his way, aiming to engulf him and burn him to death. But B's churka moved much faster, forming a cocoon of tails around him. Magma splashed everywhere as they came into contact with B's chakra appendages. And as soon as the hail stopped, B's tail unraveled violently, sending that magma flying around everywhere. Rashi was already dashing towards him as that was happening. But his eyes widened when he saw the violet ball of chakra already gathered at B's mouth. B swallowed that purplish orb instantly, as his throat and chest swelled up unnaturally. "Shit!" was all that Rashi could say as he immediately felt his entire gigantic body being engulfed in magma. He was still dashing towards B, so he wouldn't ever be able to dodge. Tailed beast bullets. In an instant, a hail of smaller-sized balls started being spat out by B. They immediately came in contact with Rashi's torso, head, neck, arms, and legs. They caused several explosions, shockwaves washing over the battlefield and uprooting whatever overturned tree was still around them. Magma also splashed around as the blast from the miniature-tailed beast bombs sent it flying everywhere. B scowled as he quickly started preparing another attack. Earth release, Earth and Stone Dragon. But before he could gather enough chakra, a dozen or so voices rang out in unison from the side, and Earth Dragons immediately rose from the ground. They twisted and turned like snakes before barreling towards him and aiming to catch him in their sharp jaws. B scowled as he jumped up towards the sky. In that instant, 3 of his tails grew bigger and swiped the Earth Dragons away, forcing them to crumble in broken stones and shotgunning them back towards the shinobi that had intervened in his fight. He then immediately turned towards the Rashi, but all he saw was a gigantic magma-covered tail crashing down upon him. He was immediately sent flying into the ground, breaking the earth underneath him. The earth deformed and formed to creating a localized earthquake that forced some of the Umbu and shinobi still around to jump away from it. TSK, to think you'd do something as stupid as looking away. Rashi smiled, his gigantic body slightly bruised from B's previous attack. Unlike B, he wasn't going to be making the same mistake. He planned to give him no time to rest at all. Lava release, Land of Scorched Earth. In an instant, the ground a kilometer around them turned to magma as he smashed his gigantic fists into the ground. It bubbled out of the ground and Rashi started punching at the crater where B had crash-landed. The 8-tailed Jinchuriki had once again formed some sort of protective barrier using his chakra tails, but Rashi was now punching through them with pure strength. Lava also gushed out of the earth right underneath B, causing the 4-tailed Jinchuriki to smile. "Die, you bastard." He smashed his fist once more into the ground, raising a cloud of dust and volcanic ash all around him. He smiled widely in his tailed beast form as he pulled his arm back. His smile immediately turned upside down as he felt his arm immensely lighter for some strange reason. And he immediately gazed at his fist, only to notice that it was missing. How strange. I don't remember our land of iron condoning such a conflict to happen in our territory. Rashi sweated a bit as he gazed at his right shoulder, only to see a familiar and rather infamous figure. A rather tall man, with long gray hair caught in a ponytail and a pointy short beard. His body was adorned in grayish samurai armor. One of the man's hands was on the sheath of the katana on his waist, while the other was on the handle. He seemed to have just sheathed his blade, and it seemed to be a regular-looking katana, but it gave Rashi an ominous feeling. Mifune the beheading general? He immediately swiped one of his tails towards the samurai. The samurai just jumped away, causing the four-tailed Jinchuriki to hit himself in the shoulder. Rashi flinched a bit, but that was honestly the least of his worries. He immediately turned around, and his beastly eyes widened. Just outside the range of his scorched earth technique, he could see the bodies of beheaded shinobi piling up, as samurai with chakra-imbued swords cut through their bodies and jutsu alike. Thousands upon thousands of samurai poured from the foliage, their footsteps seemed to quake the earth as they made a mad dash towards the unsuspecting shinobi. It was a bloodbath. Is looking away from me truly such a wise plan? At that moment, Rashi immediately shrunk into his smaller form, and he felt a gigantic blade pass right above his head as he was shrinking. Tisk, Jinchuriki in their annoying tricks. Rashi reverted into his real body, appearing more human now, only that he was covered in a thick magma-like chakra that glowed red, and three furred tails sprouted from his tailbone. The four-tailed Jinchuriki couldn't help but sweat a bit as he looked at Mifune with a bit of fear in his gaze. Shit! They said that the land of iron wouldn't interfere, that this would all be done too quickly for them to react. What the hell is this? Mifune alone was a big issue for Rashi. The beheading general as he came to be known in the shinobi world. Mifune was said to be on par with some of the great Kage. Hell, he had even faced off against Hanzo the Salamander, survived and won his respect, something that not many people could claim to have achieved. Hanzo was someone said to be on par with the current god of shinobi, one of the strongest men in their era. Maybe Rashi could win against Mifune alone. But their army was already quickly getting dismantled by the land of iron samurai. They were specifically trained to deal with shinobi, and a lot of jutsu were ineffective against them as their chakra blades could slice through many without even stopping once. Shit! If our reinforcements don't arrive right now, we're all going to die. Rashi gulped a bit as he eyed Mifune. The general simply sheathed his blade again and tilted his head to the side, narrowing his eyes. Ha! To his side, another figure stepped up, a battered and bruised killer bee walked out. His chakra cloak had waned quite a bit, showing his real body underneath, only three tails were formed on his back, no longer looking as solid as before. Big thanks for your help, I was caught off my guard. But with your support, we're gonna rise hard. Crush this fool. B immediately made the devil's horn sign with his hand and pointed it to the sky. Despite his burns and injuries, he seemed quite energetic, making Mifune sweat a bit. Is he singing? Is this what the kids are into these days? I should do some research into this, but that's for later. You're welcome, Jinchuriki. We don't usually work together, but you see, the Dark Brotherhood is our ally. We can't afford to lose them as they are instrumental to the land of iron's prosperity and stability. You moved quick, like a lightning bolt's chime. Did a bat signal your folks ahead of time? B continued rapping as he asked a rather pertinent question, making the general raise an eyebrow. So the cloud was also contacted, huh? Indeed. Yesterday a bat came by Lord Daimyo's castle, carrying a message about such a disturbance, so we prepared in advance. We know that Lord can use his bats as his summons, but it doesn't seem to be his handwriting. Nor the writing of anyone we could recognize. Mifune nodded as he looked at Rashi, keeping the Jinchuriki in check with his gaze alone. Mifune didn't give too many personal details about why the Land of Iron decided to act. He didn't want to reveal the fact that the daimyo had personally ordered him to move most of their forces with just an anonymous message that Ken and the Dark Brotherhood might be in trouble. And it wasn't just because Ken was a dear friend to the Land of Iron. After all, Yu was still within the Brotherhood. If even a hair on her head was harmed by the shinobi that had invaded their land, then the very next second would be the start of an even bloodier affair. The Land of Iron would wage war against all of the lands that were even so much as suspected to have been part of the alliance that formed against the Dark Brotherhood. Mifune had no doubt in his mind that the Yuichi would break the neutral reputation of the Land of Iron in the blink of an eye if his daughter was harmed in any way. Hell, Mifune himself wouldn't even protest, he'd be in the front lines in seconds, with no hesitation. Thankfully it seems that the shinobi haven't reached the compound yet, so you should be safe. I haven't gotten to explore further ahead, but I think someone's stopping them. Well then, seems someone wanted us to come here and help. Let's deal with the fool in front of us first. B nodded to Mifune before turning his attention back to the Jinchuriki that had almost gotten the best of him earlier. Rashi just gulped as he realized that things were about to take a turn for the worse. Chapter 136, Surprise Attack, War of Titans and Capture. Inoki felt an odd premonition as he flew towards the Dark Brotherhood's compound. He, the Kazekage and the one-tailed Jinchuriki were all flying at a similar pace, heading for the same location. Below them, the shinobi that had survived the encounter with the Red Dot were dashing through the forests, jumping from tree to tree while struggling to keep up with the Inoki and the rest. Overall, they still had a sizable force with them, two powerful Kage and a Jinchuriki that was difficult to kill. So why exactly did Inoki feel uneasy about the whole situation? Well, it was all going smoothly in his eyes. They had successfully held up the Red, making enough time for the sealing formation to be completed. It was an arduous task, and it wouldn't even have been possible without the help of the trader that the Grass Village had contacted. But that man, the second blade, gave Inoki a bad vibe to begin with. Would Ken have been that easy to fool? Was it truly that easy to have one of his closest associates be turned against him? It was just difficult to believe. And even without that worry on his mind, there was also the fact that their entire operation was bound to be noticed by the other nations that hadn't taken part in the alliance. They were hopefully going to be done long before any nation had the time to respond, but there were too many factors that could go wrong. There were way too many ifs and buts for his liking. He had already been screwed over once for not considering such things after all. And eventually, his greatest fear materialized. Just as they were creeping a bit closer to the Land of Iron, he smelled something strange. Sulfur. Not a small amount, it was extremely noticeable to his trained nose. The Jinchuriki at his side seemed to have noticed something as well, as his gaze turned to panic whilst he gazed down. Inoki reacted just as quickly, immediately looking down and shouting, "Explosives ahead!" Inoki immediately stopped flying forward as well, noticing strange objects peeking through the clouds. Carried by a strong breeze were paper bombs attached to makeshift parachutes. The Kazekage and the Jinchuriki both stopped as well, and a large cocoon of metallic sand immediately formed around them all, including the Tsuchikage. In the very next second, explosions rang out through their surroundings. Inoki scowled and covered his ears as he felt them ringing. The metallic sand held strong, they were safe, but the people below had likely been affected slightly. More were bound to have noticed something strange though, so Inoki was not all that concerned. They were all trained shinobi at the end of the day. Still, who the hell would prepare such a strange attack? The cocoon of iron sand retracted into the Kazekage's clothes. The Jinchuriki seemed to have grown a single tail of sand, barely sustaining a half-transformed state while preparing for confrontation. As they had expected, most of the shinobi below were able to survive the attack. Now that didn't mean they were unscathed. Rather the opposite, many were now injured. "TSK, we're surrounded." Inoki scowled as his greatest worries materialized. All around the clearing created by the explosions were thousands of shinobi, all of varying ages and statures. The still recovering Alliance army was caught in the middle of that gigantic clearing. and as the shinobi surrounding them closed in, Inoki's eyes widened. Shit! In an instant, a gigantic snake barreled up towards the skies, its snout pushing directly into the unsuspecting Kazekage at breakneck speeds. The Sand Village leader barely had the time to react before he was sent flying further away from his associates, that gigantic snake disassembling into smaller ones as soon as the Jinchuriki tried to claw at it. Inoki was about to shout some orders, but a gigantic staff parted the clouds and speared towards him, forcing him to fly to the side and sending the slower Jinchuriki flying. The first-tailed Jinchuriki recovered quickly, but was immediately kicked away by a gigantic frog, which jumped towards it like a bullet. The staff seemed to then become smaller in size once more, returning to its user's hands, a person that needed no introduction in the dust release user's eyes. Even he is here. Inoki scowled as he then looked down onto the army of the leaf. Countless shinobi rose from the ground and from tree trunks, all wearing the symbols of the leaf. Ho-ho as Nibel as always, Inoki. The Tsuchikage's mustache stood straight as he heard that voice. He gulped as he looked to the side to see the current god of shinobi. A rather average-height middle-aged man with a pointy brown beard. He wore a black jumpsuit, with a green gauntlet that covered much of his right arm. He also wore an armored hood with a bandana-like forehead protector over it, tied with two long straps that were currently billowing in the wind. On his back was the title that he held with pride. Third Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi was currently leisurely floating on a yellow cloud in front of Inoki. It was a strange technique that seemed to allow him to fly at great speeds, as he had closed the distance between him and Inoki in mere seconds. Few had survived after seeing it, but the Tsuchikage still knew the name of that technique. The Nimbus Cloud. It was a special release wielded by the Hokage's summon, the Monkey King Inma. The skies around them seemed to be twisting unnaturally as well, as the Nimbus Cloud was also known as the King of Clouds. It gave its user absolute control over all clouds and their surroundings. What is the meaning of this, Hiruzen? Inoki asked as his gaze was now fixated on the god of shinobi. He couldn't afford to look away for even a second and give orders to his people below, who had surely entered a struggle already judging from the trembling earth and explosions that were ringing out. Well, you lot weren't exactly as careful as you should have been. The forests have ears, and your attack is a prime moment to help shift the balance of this war further. Hiruzen didn't bother hiding his intentions at all, smiling as he watched his students taking on the Kazekage and the Jinchuriki in the distance. TSK, you opportunistic old fuck. Don't think this is going to end well for you. Your Leaf Village had no ties to this war, you've done a great job of putting a target on your back. Should have stayed quiet like you did when the Uzumaki were attacked. Inoki still tried to dissuade the god of shinobi, wanting to avoid another dangerous fight if possible. But the Hokage wasn't budging, instead he seemed to become even more motivated. Now. This battle may not be directly related to our village. But Danzo decided to overstep his boundaries, and therefore turn this into an internal affair of the Leaf Village. We can't, in good consciousness, not get involved. The Hokage shook his head while sat on his yellow cloud, his scroll-like STFF resting on his shoulder. Inoki could only scowl and internally curse at the situation. He had somewhat hoped that Danzo was there secretly on the Hokage's orders at first, but it was clear now that it had been wishful thinking on his side. Let us stop wasting any more time. I have some paperwork to handle after this. The Hokage then stood up, prompting the Tsuchikage to fly backwards and immediately bring his hands together. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. An orb of light formed in the middle of the Tsuchikage's palms. That orb then turned into a pillar, and it immediately shot towards the Hokage, who still smiled leisurely. Without any effort, the Nimbus Cloud at his feet pulled him to the side, dodging the pillar of death milliseconds before it erased all of the clouds in his previous location. Expand, Inma. Hiruzen's expression turned serious as he thrust his staff forward. In an instant, the summoned beast turned weapon expanded exponentially. It expanded at wild speeds, cutting through the air and breaking through the sound barrier as it seemed to want to crush all of Inoki's bones in a single move. The Tsuchikage barely managed to pull himself back in time to allow it to pass right over his face. He didn't have time to move to the side this time, as the staff grew exponentially thicker as well, hitting him directly and sending him flying towards the ground. The Tsuchikage immediately twisted and turned in midair, stopping himself from coming in contact into the ground, only to look up and see nothing but the gigantic tip of Hiruzen's staff. Inoki braced himself and roared, as the staff crashed into him and subsequently crushed him into the ground, breaking everything underneath and quaking the earth below. Hiruzen stood on his staff with a serious look, his eyes narrowed as he then immediately jumped to the side, a gigantic white pillar engulfing the entire staff and shooting towards the skies, disintegrating everything in sight. On the ground, Inoki's battered figure panted as he looked up at the remains of the staff, only to watch them turn to smoke. Just a clone, huh? The Rock Village leader already knew that it wouldn't ever have been that easy. Hiruzen was an excruciatingly difficult opponent. Hell, he wasn't known as the god of shinobi without good reason. After all, not even his teacher, the second Hokage, had been able to claim that title after the first had passed away. Earth Release, Titanic Golem Technique. Inoki shouted as earth unfurled from all around him, all twirling unnaturally and coming together. All of the shinobi nearby were swept off their feet, many were forced to flee as a gigantic figure rose out of the earth, a gigantic earthen golem with arms as big as its torso, and legs as large as Shikaku. Ho ho! And what do you plan to do with such a slow construct? Hiruzen sneered when seeing the gigantic golem soar to the skies. It was certainly large, and surely powerful. But its speed was a weak spot, to the point where even the people below were able to dodge its footsteps. Inoki seemed to ignore Hiruzen's words, as the gigantic construct's arm moved to the side and swiped towards the floating Hokage. Hiruzen looked at it with a disappointed gaze, the cloud underneath him shining slightly as he prepared to dodge. Earth Release, Ultra-Lightweight Rock Technique. The entire golem seemed to shift unnaturally once more, and Hiruzen's eyes widened as he realized that the gigantic hand was already almost making contact with him. Immediately, the Nimbus cloud soared, but it was already too late. The Hokage was struck directly, barely managing to raise Enma in time to cover his face with it. He flipped in the air many times, and the Tsuchikage followed through, his fist already covered in a thick layer of sharp rock. Earth Release, Pointed Fist Rock Technique. Inoki's now enlarged Ned punch was heading directly for Hiruzen's head, but in an instant, the Tsuchikage felt something touch his torso. He looked down to see the tip of the Hokage's staff. Hiruzen's body was bent unnaturally as he thrust his staff into the smaller man's torso. Inoki didn't even have time to blink, he was immediately hurtled away as the staff expanded in the Hokage's hand. He crash-landed into his golem, he spat out blood as he felt the rocks break on his back, more and more pressure was being applied on him, all until he eventually passed right through the golem. Expand, Enma! Hiruzen's voice shouted once more, this time the staff started growing wider. In an instant, right before Inoki's eyes, the entire upper body of the golem was broken and scattered, as Enma grew to an unprecedented size. Rocks shot everywhere, countless pieces of rubble falling on the shinobi that had been fighting below. Inoki crash-landed into the ground once more, this time he panted and slowly closed his eyes, feeling many bones in his body cracked and broken, especially his ribs. Lord Tsuchikage. A voice that sounded almost too friendly and concerned sounded from the side. The Tsuchikage's gaze immediately turned to the side, his eyes widening as he stared directly into those of the one that had called out to him. Inoki immediately recognized him as Fugaku Uchiha, the young head of the Uchiha clan. He immediately wanted to avert his gaze, but it was already too late. The Tsuchikage's frustration grew, he internally screamed as he felt his consciousness shifting completely, being taken to a completely different place. The speciality of the Sharingan, one of the many things that made its users so dangerous. Ocular Genjutsu. Mission accomplished. Fugaku coldly stared at the Tsuchikage. The Hokage quickly landed right by them, smiling as he did so, only wiping a bit of blood away from the corner of his mouth. Good job, Fugaku. Hiruzen smiled as he immediately called on his Umbu, who almost seemed to blur into existence whilst surrounding the Tsuchikage. Take him away, break his arms, he'll make a fine prisoner to keep the rock at bay. The Hokage waved his hand, and the Umbu grabbed Inoki and dragged him off, making sure to break his arms and fingers and gag him as they did so. Are you sure it is wise to not kill him directly? Fugaku asked as he gazed at the backs of the Umbu retreating in the distance. The rock is sure to blow a gasket if we do kill him. I'd rather use him to negotiate a period of peace instead. This will do more good for the village overall. The Hokage didn't bother hiding his plans from the Uchiha leader, who seemed to nod at his words. I see. It seems I still have a lot to learn. Fugaku sighed as he nodded, somewhat admiring the Hokage's foresight. You are barely 20 years old, Fugaku. You have a lot of time left to learn. Hiruzen merely smiled and tapped him on the shoulder as he passed by him, before stepping back on his Nimbus cloud and going to assist his students. We've successfully stopped them here, as instructed. I've done my part. I just hope Ken's plan can succeed from this point onwards. Chapter 137, Capture, Plan and Tracking. Ha! Ha! What the hell? Black Zetsu felt the body of the white Zetsu it possessed becoming tired, something that was completely mind-boggling. At that point, he had been torturing the blind monster for around 2 hours. And, during that time Ken had not made a sound of pain, not even the slightest hiss. Ken only really made any sounds when commenting on the torturer's skills and sometimes even giving him random tips. It was genuinely infuriating for the Black Zetsu to have to listen to all of that. It was true that it wasn't a torturer by profession, sure. It was too busy being the plotting consciousness of a ghost from the past. But the torturer still knew that what it was doing was supposed to be inflicting pain upon the blind monster. Hell, the entire point was to kill him in the first place, but nothing was working. Stabbed through the heart? It would close back up as soon as he pulled back the rod. And it wasn't like stabbing Ken through the heart was an easy matter either, as it took genuine effort for the body of the white Zetsu to pierce the monster's scales. Black Zetsu's only real peace of mind was the fact that not many of the seals had broken since the beginning. Some seemed to malfunction, but the main ones that were keeping the blind monster in place were active and working as intended. Really, that man, Saburo was it? To be able to create something to hold down someone of Ken's strength in such a short time. He's worth keeping an eye on in the future. Black Zetsu continued to stab into Ken's body, piercing it more and more. He had tried going for the head and piercing the brain too, but that seemed to be a whole lot more difficult to do. After destroying the mask, Black Zetsu found out the hard way that Ken had no holes in his skull that led directly to the brain. His nostrils were too thin for him to pierce through as well. There was also the fact that the brain seemed to be no different from the heart, and it healed just as quickly when injured. That, coupled with the fact that Ken's skull seemed to be much thicker than that of a regular human, led to Black Zetsu simply giving up on piercing the blind monster's brain after a while and focusing on other vitals. You seem to be quite frustrated. Are you running out of ideas perhaps? Ken's voice rang out in that large chamber. His eerily calm tone was concerning, but then again, it hadn't changed much through the whole ordeal, so Black Zetsu had gotten used to it already. TSK, don't act as if you've managed to break any seals in the time I've been squandering. Plan B will soon be on its way, and if that fails too, then that fool, Inoki, should hopefully be able to do the job as long as you're incapacitated. Black Zetsu shook its head before slowly turning around and looking at its table of tools. Ken was right, it was indeed slowly running out of ideas. Sure, stabbing him through the heart till he died was an idea, but how long was that going to take? Did Black Zetsu have the time for that? No, he didn't. Oh, that's right, Inoki. How come you didn't allow him to do this in the first place? I'm sure his methods, that weird jutsu of his, would have been more effective than whatever you've been attempting. Ken's disimpassioned tone seemed to continue getting on Black Zetsu's nerves. But the fact that the blind monster was nothing more than a rat trapped in a cage made Black Zetsu more comfortable. TSK, the Sankage and Jinchuriki were unwilling to face you alone. They didn't want their losses to be greater than Dash. Black Zetsu seemed to instantly stop, a thick stone door opening on the side and showing a white Zetsu entering the room, panting. The white Zetsu didn't even get to finish 2 words as its head turned to mush. A gigantic tail stretched above Black Zetsu's head and piercing the newcomer instantly. And in that same moment, the parasitic entity that was Black Zetsu felt a bone-chilling fear as it heard the entire formation behind him crack and break like glass. His eyes widened as he felt a gigantic hand grasp his neck from behind. No way! No fucking way! That barrier was standing strong just seconds before? Black Zetsu's mind raced, trying to understand how Ken had managed to break out instantly. I guess the time has come, huh? Ken smiled as he tilted his head, smiling at the parasitic being he held in his hand. What have you done? Nothing really. It's just odd of you and your little alliance to think that the Dark Brotherhood didn't have any allies. By now, the Cloud should have arrived to assist with the Brotherhood, the Leaf should have intercepted the party that attacked me. And finally, the Uzumaki should have already crushed the other reinforcements that were heading for the Dark Brotherhood. So the wait is over. How did you know, Abu? The Zetsu's eyes widened as it felt Ken's hand tighten around its neck. Its eyes widening were also out of realization, as its mind seemed to instantly connect the dots on everything. Shit! The formation broke instantly, almost as if someone had made it weaker on purpose. All of our information was leaked. Those fools from the grass village ruined everything. Saburo was never to be trusted. Just as the parasitic being came to that realization, Ken snapped the neck of the white Zetsu it was inhabiting, before dropping its lifeless body on the ground. The assassin stood there for a few seconds, before turning around and whistling, leading through the open stone door with a smile on his face. Out of the shadows in front of him stepped out a cloaked man wearing an empty mask. Everything proceeded smoothly, leader. It was the voice of the second blade, ringing out from the puppet he controlled. Of course they did. You did a great job, Saburo. Ken smiled and patted the clone on the shoulder, gleefully acting as if everything was already over. Things had gone perfectly according to his and Saburo's plan. Ken was sure that Tasho and the others were going to feel a bit betrayed at not having been included, but he needed the white Zetsu spying on the Brotherhood compound to be fooled without any shadow of a doubt. He was sure that they would understand his reasoning. With Saburo, it was easy to fake betraying the Brotherhood as he had absolutely no emotional ties to anything and anyone within it. He had done his best to make it believable, despite aiming to not kill any of the children at Ken's orders. After all, it wasn't as if the children could just get lucky and win against him, a seasoned elite jonin who had surpassed most of the kage of the smaller villages. He was also the one tasked with contacting the Dark Brotherhood's allies ahead of time and informing them of the situation. Ken had placed a lot of bets in that situation, but he trusted his chances at each and every one of them. The Raikage was sure to come to the Brotherhood's assistance, same for the entirety of the Land of Iron, that much was not even a question. The more difficult allies that Ken had were the Leaf and the Uzumaki. But the Leaf was involved through Danzo already, so Ken safely assumed they would get involved. It was still a stroke of luck that Lord Yu of the Grass Village managed to recognize him in the war room due to their past dealings, and that Saburo had managed to finagle that information out of him. As for the Uzumaki clan, well, their gratitude for the last time Ken helped them was still extending quite far. Their leader had even requested a meeting with Ken after he had found out that Ken had saved his daughter. No matter how much the Leaf had tried to cover up the incident, they couldn't quite stop Kushina from telling her brother whilst he was visiting. All in all, it made for a rather safe plan, despite its projected risks. It was nothing, sir. I just hope we didn't go too far. I wasn't sure about destroying the compound itself at first, but I can understand why you would order me to do so. Saburo sighed a bit as he realized that the rebuilding efforts would set him back in his research slightly, but it was a small price to pay in his eyes. It made everything all the more believable. They didn't suspect you for one SEC dash. Ken stopped mid-sentence as he tilted his head and turned his face towards a wall, seemingly looking through it. It seems the rat has also escaped in the meantime. Ken's senses extended far. He had felt the parasitic being detach itself from the body it had been inhabiting and sink deep into the shadows. You think you can sneak away after spending that much time near me? It was at that moment that the second part of Ken's plan was put in motion. I hope tracking that rat achieves the results that you envisioned, leader. Saburo said as he nodded towards the blind monster, who took out a spare mask from the seal on his wrist and put it on. With enough luck, I may actually get to the one behind the scenes in all of this. You can start assisting the Brotherhood with the cleanup in the meantime. Saburo's clone bowed towards Ken one last time before both of them vanished. Ken was off to track Black Zetsu using the mark he had put on him. And Saburo was off to get in touch with the Brotherhood. The blind monster soared through the skies, and an ever-present smile resided underneath his wooden mask. He reveled at the fact that he was now one step closer to his plans. Taking down the mastermind behind the attack was a must. After all, someone with the resources to contact so many village leaders and convince them to band together was going to be an obstacle in Ken's plans. Revealing my age was enough to make all of the snakes poke their heads out from the grass, but the spider that clings on the tree and just observes is always the most dangerous. By now, all of the snakes had their heads cut off, so all that was left was to rid the spider of its legs and break its head. Hours passed as he flew at his greatest speed to keep up with the strange parasitic shadow. The Black Zetsu, as it called itself. It seemed to be extremely fast, but Ken was still able to track it down. It was a special being, a blend of strange chakra and nature energy, unlike anything that Ken had ever felt. It was almost similar to the White Zetsu, but not quite, almost as if it was of a different wavelength. But it wasn't like all nature energy was the same, after all his was different compared to that of the toads as well. But thanks to being able to observe the unique form of the Black Zetsu for such a long time whilst it was struggling to kill him, Ken was now able to trace its steps effortlessly. And it eventually entered a crack in the ground, one which led to a large cave. Ken tapped on the outer wall of the cave silently, feeling the vibrations within the earth as he pressed his ear to the stone. He could feel plenty of odd things inside, but he needed to first address the most important part. The old man was now conversing with the Black Zetsu. The cave entrance was completely covered up with rock. No human was likely going to be able to break it without alerting those inside. But Ken was still going to try. He dug his hands into the ground, his claws turning sharper, more monstrous as he dug through the earth whilst making as little noise as possible. Eventually, he dug a hole through the roof of the cave and landed right in between the old man with spiky hair and the Black Zetsu which had taken over the body of another White Zetsu. He sniffed the air a few times as both the old man and the Zetsu seemed to jump away from him. "Fuck!" Black Zetsu muttered as it slowly stepped back. Meanwhile, the old man's eyes narrowed as he also stepped back, albeit slower than the Zetsu. Ken could feel a familiar energy in his eyes. The Sharingan? This seems more interesting by the minute. Let's see what the spider has to say for itself. Chapter 138, Ghost of the Uchiha, Hopeless in Plans. Madara took a few steps back as his mind almost instantly filled with not-so-kind thoughts towards Black Zetsu. That idiot didn't even realize he was being followed? Madara wasn't scared of Ken. Sure, the little beast was powerful, but Madara had fought and defeated stronger foes in the past. In Madara's eyes, he was only maybe a bit better than the likes of the Third Raikage. There were stronger shinobi before him and there were going to be stronger shinobi than him in the future. So Madara had no reason to feel trepidation when faced with him, hell, had almost even defeated Hashirama in his prime, despite losing due to a backstabbing. However, the Uchiha ancestor didn't hold that against his friend/arch-nemesis. It was his own fault that he allowed such a thing to happen. They were shinobi at the end of the day. It was his past as a great shinobi that allowed him to not feel any crumb of fear even when faced with someone of Ken's stature. What an interesting development. An Uchiha plotting behind the scenes. I wasn't expecting this. Ken tilted his head with a slight smile underneath his mask. His pointed and spiky tail seemed to twirl around behind him as he did so. Madara gave the Black Zetsu behind Ken a quick look, before closely staring at Ken's mask. The second Ken cracked his neck, the Black Zetsu behind him dashed at his exposed back. And the very next second, black Zetsu realized that it was staring at the ceiling of the room, as the head of the Zetsu it was controlling rolled on the floor. Shit! None of the Zetsu here are strong enough to even react to this monster's tail. Ken didn't even turn around as he flicked the tip of his bloody tail towards the ground, forming a nice red line on the dusty rocks behind him. That was quite tasteless. The blind monster shook his head and crossed his arms, tapping on his forearm while seemingly expecting something. Meanwhile, Madara was sweating a bit as he realized that the 3-tomo Sharingan he was sporting could barely even follow the monster's movements. I am truly in no state to fight him, am I? I guess the rumors were true. You still haven't introduced yourself, old man. Ken's calm voice broke the Uchiha ancestor out of his musings, its calm cadence held a veiled threat underneath it. The assassin was not asking for Madara's name, he was demanding it. Madara could almost feel a growl coming from the blind monster's throat as it spoke in cold command. Now, had he been back in his prime, this type of development would have been exciting for him. He quite liked Ken's guts, all things considered. After all, Ken was a man/child who was not at all afraid to break the mold and seek out his own answers to the problems of the world. Madara could very much respect that. The only problem was that Madara couldn't quite figure out what the blind monster's goals actually were. None of his actions pointed towards a specific path. At some point he chose to stay uninvolved in the shinobi world, at others he hunted down specific shinobi and even tore rifts into the alliances taking part in the Third War. It was honestly jarring, and the Uchiha ancestor hadn't planned to get involved too much in the world at that point. Ken's entire existence was both unexpected and a mystery. The tablet hadn't spoken anything of this. It provided me with a blurry outline and a way forward, but nothing ever mentioned him. As expected, ocular genjutsu doesn't do anything to him. Madara's thoughts were once again interrupted, this time by a loud and sharp sound. Ken's tail snapped, whipping at the ground behind him in a threatening manner. Madara sighed as he realized he was pushing his luck. My name is Madara Uchiha. And it seems that we were fated to meet this way after all. Madara coughed a bit as he introduced himself, his gaze then trailing towards the black Zetsu, who was currently seeping through cracks in the stone, likely going off to possess another white Zetsu. Madara Uchiha? Weren't you supposed to be dead? Like a few decades ago? Ken tilted his head as he tried to remember the recent history of the shinobi world. It was true that it was feasible for Madara to have lived that long, people had lived longer at the end of the day. But it was recorded that Madara was killed by Hashirama in the Valley of the End. It was a rather large piece of news as it had weakened the Leaf's fighting force quite a bit. Some villages had even tried to take advantage of the situation at that time, but even an injured Hashirama was too much for them to handle. The fact that the Leaf was still filled with powerhouses certainly helped as well. But one thing was for sure. Madara was pronounced dead, confirmed by the god of shinobi himself. For a blind man, you believe what is written down with too little skepticism. Madara sighed and decided to not treat Ken as he would a child. Doing so was likely going to cost him his life. Whilst he wasn't afraid of death, he had yet to complete the first part of his plans. Well, there wasn't much else to go off of. You're dead to the world and have been for decades without trying to make your presence known, so I'm assuming you're just a ghost now. Ken's scales seemed to recede into his body as he confirmed that. Madara was a legendary figure, sure. But the person that was standing in front of Ken now could truly only be described as a ghost. The Uchiha ancestor was truly nothing but a shadow of his former self. Ha! Quite a rude way of putting it, but not wrong at all. My bout with Hashirama left me quite destitute. By the time I recovered fully, I was already old, and he was already gone. Madara himself was not offended by the insinuation. He also didn't feel offended when he saw Ken return to a more human form. He realized that his only chance of surviving against Ken was to try and talk him out of killing him. If Ken was a regular kid, then that would be quite easy for Madara to do. But things weren't ever going to be that easy for him, were they? Interesting. And why exactly would someone like you be conspiring to get rid of me? Ken stepped heavily on the stones at his feet. The ground around him cracked and a stone rose out from behind him, forming a small stool. Madara sighed in relief as he turned around and noticed a stone rise behind him as well. At the very least, Ken seemed to be curious enough to indulge him for a bit. To put it simply, I saw you as an obstacle, a factor that I couldn't account for and that could interfere with my plans. Madara was currently debating whether or not he could try to get Ken to join his plans, to make him believe in the Eye of the Moon operation and the opportunities it offered to the world. But the ghost of the Uchiha was still very much unsure whether or not Ken would agree with his ideals or point of view. And what might your plans entail, and how was I interfering with them whilst minding my own business? The blind monster seemed to yawn a bit at that news, likely already expecting something of that nature. He had expected to draw out all kinds of people and make them rise up against him, each and every one of them with their own reasons to want to take him down, and all of them related to his age/talent. Not wanting him to grow into a future god of shinobi the likes of Hashirama, not wanting him to grow stronger and pose a threat to their respective, and so on. Essentially, he expected many rats to be afraid of what he could grow into. But he also expected the one pulling the strings to have different intentions. Ken could feel it. Despite being uneasy, the old man in front of him didn't even have a modicum of fear inside his body. Even though his muscles had withered and his skin had wrinkled, his spirit was still that of one of the greatest shinobi to ever live. My plans are not something I ought to go into detail right now. But I will say that my end goal is to achieve world peace. The blind assassin tilted his head in confusion upon hearing that. It felt just a tad bit too convenient to him. So we have the same goal? For someone aiming for world peace, he sure was comfortable rallying entire villages against me just because I could potentially stand in his way. Doesn't sound like the quintessential pacifist. Then again, neither am I. That's an interesting end goal, one I can certainly get behind in fact. But how do you plan to achieve it exactly? Ken decided to show his interest, hoping to learn a bit more about the ghost of the Uchiha's plans. Madara seemed to become a bit more uneasy when asked that, his old eyes narrowed as he scanned the blind monster from head to toe. I guess it's worth telling you. I've concluded that the only way to truly end the cycle of hatred is to get rid of hatred altogether. I plan to put the entire world underneath a Jinjutsu, to let everyone live the rest of eternity in suspended animation whilst fulfilling their greatest desires and wishes. Ken immediately sighed upon hearing the details of that plan. Immediately, the only thought in his mind was quite judgmental. So he's given up, huh? If the only solution to world peace that Madara could see was to manufacture an artificial reality, then he truly was going mad. But at the same time, the blind monster could sympathize. No matter how much he thought it out and strategized, he simply couldn't imagine a situation where they could achieve such a thing as eternal peace. Even his plans would only work as long as he or his ideals were alive and his influence could spread. He was going to try and force the peace to last longer even after his death, but it wasn't going to last forever. Much like Hashirama, Ken was going to create a period of peace. Just that, a period. A future untainted by the greed and want of the warmongers that seemed to so often take the thrones of their respective countries. He hoped to create a period much longer than that of Hashirama, to give the world a true taste of what could be. And in doing so, Ken hoped that the world would allow that taste to linger and that they would strive for it in the future as well. That was Ken's goal. But Madara seemed to have different plans. I see. You have completely given up hope that humans would be capable of maintaining peace by themselves, right? The blind monster slowly shook his head as he spoke, making Madara scowl. Tisk, hope? There is no such thing as hope in this world. You are still young, but I'm sure you've seen it. Or felt it rather. The despair that embroils the people of this world. I know we can put an end to all of that. With your help, I can do it much sooner. Just think of all of the miserable lives that you'd be saving. Madara extended his hand towards Ken, a smile appearing on his face as he hoped to be able to reel Ken in with his pitch. But that hand was never taken, as Ken sighed and Madara felt his body becoming lighter. Madara felt cold at that moment. Looking down, his eyes widened to see that his hand was completely missing, and there was a blade stuck into his chest. He wasn't surprised. No, he had somewhat followed Ken's movements with his eyes. But it still felt unreal. He had done so much to extend his lifespan, to see his plans to the end. But now that he felt his heart stop beating, it all became clearer to him. It's a shame that I wasn't born earlier. I'm sure you would have been fun to assassinate winning your prime, Ken said as he turned around and walked away, leaving the old man to fall to the cold stone floor. Madara's last moments were filled with despair, but also jubilation. Yes. There's still a way. Just wait. You will live to regret this day. The ghost of the Uchiha swore with his dying breath. The blind assassin didn't even turn around, taking his words as nothing more than the ravings of a madman. The dead are supposed to stay dead, but I guess I'll see you in the Pure Lands. Maybe. Maybe I'll even achieve what you had strived for, but more naturally. Only time will tell. Ken shrugged, before stepping heavily on the ground once more. This time, everything around him fragmented, the cave walls shook and quaked and the ground underneath him gave way. In an instant, a cave-in happened, and Ken could feel all of the Zetsu below getting squashed. It seems Black Zetsu slipped away while I was talking to Madara. I'd track him down, but I don't have any way of sealing him right now. He's not exactly a tailed beast, nor is he a human. I'll have to look into that and hunt him down one day. But it might be easier to just wait for him to rear his ugly head again. Ken vanished as the stones from the ceiling fell in his previous position. He reappeared back in the clouds, his wings already unfurled. Now then. Time to head back home. Chapter 139, War's End, Execution and Arrival. Ha! Rashi sighed as he felt the blood leave his body. His vision was blurry already, around him only the smell of ash and blood could be felt. He had lost all of his limbs, his chakra had almost run out. But he was still alive, somehow. This bastard sure put up a fight. Mifune huffed by his side as he swiped his blade towards the ground, splashing some more of the four-tailed Jinchuriki's blood on the burnt ground around them. Yeah, he did, but he played weak, what a tool. Took him down, made him look like a fool. High five for the win, we stay cool yo. Killer Bee raised his palm towards Mifune, who looked at him incredulously, not quite sure how to respond or what the young Jinchuriki was trying to accomplish. Bee himself seemed to skulk and turn away after being ignored, merely mumbling a few sentences before starting to write up some new verses in his notebook. Mifune took one more look at Rashi, who was currently coughing up some blood and ink. Killer Bee had managed to drown him in ink at some point during their altercation. Although ink release wasn't powerful, it was still quite useful if the opponent was caught off guard. Both Mifune and Bee had worked in unison to dismember the four-tailed Jinchuriki, who was now just a small step away from dying. Both Bee and Mifune had various burns scattered on their bodies. Parts of the samurai general's armor were also melted off and fallen on the molten ground at some point. Rashi had truly put up a great fight, no matter how much Bee mocked him in his rap. In the first place, Rashi was one of the strongest Jinchuriki when it came to destructive power and combat ability in general. His lava release was something that very few could fight. To the point where Mifune was unsure if he could have won had it not been for Bee's interference. But they had also gotten over the fight without gaining too many injuries, much to both Bee's and Mifune's surprise. Rashi was more focused on stalling than on killing them. Despite taking every opportunity he could, he didn't go out of his way to create said opportunity. He was clearly waiting for reinforcements, but that wait was for nothing by the look of things. Even though their fight had stretched out for around 2 hours, there was not even a sign of any reinforcements coming in. Instead, Rashi got a front-row seat to watching the army he had come with get systematically dismantled by the samurai of the Land of Iron and the members of the Dark Brotherhood. It seemed that the Blades of the Dark Brotherhood had also watched over all of its members and the samurai, involving themselves only occasionally to minimize casualties. Things became even more unfair for the shinobi when the Third Reikage recovered enough to join back into the fray. And in that moment casualties on their side were no more. All in all, the samurai had lost very few people, warriors that had met their end in battle, a true honor. There were also a few hundred or so that were injured to varying degrees. That was inevitable, however, since the samurai had a very close-quarters style of combat while the shinobi used plenty of long-range attacks. In an open field, the samurai still had a bit of a disadvantage, but they still prevailed. The Brotherhood had lost none of its members, but most were injured, and the majority of the shinobi were either dead, dying, unconscious and dying, or incapacitated in some way. And Rashi was now also counted among them. Shit! Rashi could barely muster up the energy to curse his own fate. He had been one of the people against the invasion to begin with, but orders were orders. And because of orders, he was now going to die. And the only thought in his mind: I don't want to die this useless death. He wasn't scared. He wasn't feeling afraid. But he felt as if his death was simply in vain. Son Goku within him was also already tired. The ape-like tailed beast only silently listened to its Jinchuriki's dying internal struggles. But what else was there even left for him? His best friend, Han, had also definitely died. Rashi hadn't gotten to see it with his own eyes, but at some point, his friend's steam had died down and vanished in the wind. You have the right to despair, Jinchuriki. I doubt you were the one to start this war after all. But we are the ones to end it. Mifune took a step forward and grasped his katana with both hands. Rashi's tired eyes trailed over to the beheading general, and it only took a second for him to understand the man's intentions. I guess this is the end. It was an honorable bout, and thus, you have earned my respect. I will give you a swift end, befitting of a warrior, something I do not believe many shinobi are worthy of. Mifune raised his katana over his head and prepared to swing down, only closing his eyes in prayer for a few seconds. Killer Bee decided not to interfere in the matter. His fight with Rashi was already over, so he decided to run off to the third wreckage and regroup instead. I hope. Rashi started speaking, some blood spilling from the corners of his mouth as he struggled to spread his lips wide open to show a crazed smile to his executioner. I hope you burn in hell. Before he could even finish that sentence, the beheading general's blade came right down on his neck, sending his head rolling off on the burnt ground. Humph. A shinobi till the end. Rest in peace. Mifune didn't let his execution be affected by the Jinchuriki's disrespect. Instead, he sheathed his blade and started heading for the remains of the Dark Brotherhood compound. By the time the samurai ladder reached the compound, a commotion was already starting up. Mifune arrived to see a rather odd scene. The first blade held out a giant spiky blade to the neck of a man who was adorned in an attire very similar to his own. The third blade was also behind that man, with his regenerating blade resting neatly on the other side of the man's neck. The man in question wore a mask with two red lines down the middle, and Mifune recognized him as the second blade. You have some guts coming back here, you traitorous bastard. Tasho muttered as he watched Saburo's clone with a hostile gaze. Now, I believe I have already explained the situation. Lord Ken had requested that I specifically make it look like I betrayed the Brotherhood to help with his scheme. Saburo's voice was calm despite the circumstances. The second blade seemed quite unbothered. He was acting with great poise and composure in Mifune's eyes. As if he'll believe any of your bullshit. Akira, the third blade, spoke out as his hands seemed to twitch in excitement. The madman seemed to barely be able to contain himself from just decapitating the second blade right then and there. You don't have to believe me. The second that our leader returns, everything will be made clear. Saburo stated with his arms crossed. And that is the very reason why we haven't killed you yet. But well, I guess we can also explain the situation to Lord Ken with just your head present. Even if it's just a clone, you must be running out of them, right? At some point, we'll manage to kill the original too. Tasho's living sword seemed to tremble in excitement, much like the third blade. But just before the first blade could act, he felt his living blade stop in its tracks, and he could see sparks rising up. Now, let us calm down and take a few steps back. Mifune had immediately stepped forward and stood in between the blades. The general's katana was firmly blocking the Samahata, and his hand was firmly gripping the edge of Akira's regenerating blade, which was seemingly cracking under his strong grip. Tasho's eyes narrowed, realizing that Mifune had moved faster than he had expected. Akira also blinked a few times, realizing that he was a bit too famished to follow the general's movements. I guess he's the strongest samurai in the Land of Iron for a reason. General Mifune, this is an internal matter of the Dark Brotherhood. I only ask that you do not interfere. Tasho pulled the Samahata back and allowed it to rest on his shoulder. Akira did much the same, circling around a bit while whistling and choosing to stand at the first blade's side. Mifune sighed when hearing that. His hands were a bit tied in a sense. He didn't wish to overstep his boundaries and get involved needlessly. But at the same time, he hoped to not see any more blood be shed on that day. It's not that I wish to get involved, but if we are merely waiting for Lord Ken, then I do not wish for the situation to be this hostile. Enough lives have been lost today, and I don't want any more to be snuffed out needlessly. The old general's words seemed to resonate with some of the people listening. The third Reikage, for example, who just wanted to rest now. But they didn't seem to do much to placate the first and third blades. I understand your words, but I do not feel safe leaving that thing run around freely. Please step out of the way, Sir Mifune. This is the last time I ask politely. Tasho's tone was threatening, but even then Mifune refused to budge. First blade, I ask that you see my reasoning. Nothing good will come from the two of us crossing blades. Mifune was still hellbent on trying to mediate the situation. It also helped that Tasho was not quite confident in facing the old general. Akira was also almost famished at that point, so he wasn't going to be of much help if a fight broke out. In the end, as the strongest samurai, Mifune's power was much greater than that of Tasho. Tasho could be called an elite jonin by that point. Some could even say that he was close in power to a leader of a lower village. But Mifune had tussled with the strongest of the world. He was on a different playing field. That didn't mean Tasho wasn't going to at least try. But just as he took a step forward, his ears perked up, and his head immediately turned to the sky. In the distance, he could see it, the figure of a strange being, its wings spread out widely as it flew through the clouds. From seeing it, it only took a few seconds for that figure to appear right in front of him, the ground fragmenting underneath him from the landing, as a cloud of dust also arose. Seems I was a bit late. Everyone could hear the sounds of bones crackling and shifting places, of muscles moving around underneath skin. And from the cloud of dust that had arisen, stepped out the figure of none other than Ken. Mifune sighed when seeing that, deflating slightly as he did so. The general may have been the strongest samurai in the Land of Iron, but it was no secret that Ken held the title of strongest swordsman. Intact and unbothered by the obvious tension in the air, he stepped up to Tasho and Akira and patted them both on the shoulder. Good job, you two. You did more than great. Ken's voice sounded quite proud, and Mifune behind him had already sheathed his katana. About time you came. The Reikage huffed as he shook his head. He was also preparing to jump in and stop a conflict from happening. Killer Bees seemed to still be stuck on writing lyrics, although he did wave at Ken, who unfortunately didn't see it. Heh. I got a bit held up. But it's fine. Now then, I guess I should explain the situation, right? Chapter 140, Trust, Friendship and Third Phase. Seems things are pretty lively here. Ken cracked his neck as his wings vanished and he took a step forward, stopping right in front of Tasho. Lord Ken. I believe you may be able to clarify things here. The first blade sweated a bit as he looked at his master. His tone was uncertain now. At that point, he didn't even need to hear Ken's words to know that Saburo had been telling the truth. Otherwise, Ken would have already long since decapitated the strawman. Well, it seems everything went according to plan. Ken then patted the first blade on the shoulder and smiled underneath his mask. The first blade blinked a few times before nodding. I guess we'll continue this talk later. Still, to think that he'd do such a thing without I need to get those thoughts out of my head. Akira seemed to be a lot less bothered by it, simply shrugging before going off on his own, likely to find some food. Unlike Tasho, he didn't feel as if he had been betrayed in any way. He was merely following orders throughout the war, and he also didn't hold any grudges against Saburo, as he assumed the second blade had been doing the same. He had suspected at some point that Saburo wasn't actually betraying them, especially when seeing that the children could actually defeat him so easily. He was well aware of the second blade's limitations, and he knew that controlling multiple clones was strenuous. But having spent more time in Saburo's lab, he also knew that the limit of clones he could perfectly control was staggering. Only a few of the children really had any hopes of fighting him, especially his stronger clones. Only you, Tatsukio, and a few others really. Welp, at least everything worked out fine. The third blade shrugged as he walked over to the ruins of the Dark Brotherhood compound, heading straight for the pantry, or what remained of it. Whilst that was happening, Ken had already turned towards the guests of note, namely Mifune and the Cloud Duo. The samurai general had already walked over to their side, not wanting to involve himself in an internal matter of the Brotherhood any further. The blind leader walked forward to them and greeted them jovially, but not before he waved at Saburo to go and start helping the injured. The second blade nodded and vanished, and around 20 clones appeared on the battlefield and started helping with the many injuries. 10 were focused on the injuries sustained by the children in the Brotherhood, and the other 10 were helping the medics that the samurai army had brought. The Reikage and B were both doing quite well. The Jinchuriki's natural healing was enough for the injuries he had sustained to get better within the next few days. And the Reikage was really only a bit tired. No one capable of actually injuring him had shown up. Maybe Han could have stood a chance had Akira not executed him in cold blood, but that was simply fate. Meanwhile, Mifune had sustained a few burns. They were certainly going to heal, but some were also likely going to scar. Especially a burn he had sustained from taking a magma punch to the cheek. Alas, Rashi had also lost an arm to injure Mifune like that, so the general deemed it a worthwhile trade. His beard had been slightly burnt, but he was otherwise fine. Such injuries meant little to a seasoned warrior, nothing that would make him stop fighting. He was going to be fine after a few weeks of healing. Gentlemen, I thank you all for showing up right in the nick of time to help my Brotherhood. The blind assassin finally greeted the three with a deep bow. While doing so, he also took off his mask and placed it somewhere within his cloak. All pretense was lost in front of them, and Ken wasn't about to pretend that they hadn't been crucial to his success. Had it not been for them, the plan he had chosen to go with wouldn't have worked at all. And all that he cared for would have died if he had tried to attempt to go through it. It is only natural. Mifune nodded, his eyes glancing to the side for a few seconds, watching the children of the Dark Brotherhood, but likely only staring at the figure of you. The bloody princess hadn't gotten injured much throughout the conflict. Only a few scrapes and burns. But her body and clothes were still completely covered in blood, and it certainly wasn't hers. Needless to say, she was living up to her nickname. Seeing her safe made Mifune feel at ease as well. But he also sighed as his eyes rested back on Ken before they hovered over to the Cloud Duo and back to Ken. His message was quite clear for the assassin. But Ken wasn't willing to talk about matters later. I'm sorry for endangering you. I hope you and Yuichi will find it in yourselves to forgive me. Ken bowed once more toward Mifune, not bothering to hide his connection to the Land of Iron from the Reikage and B. The Reikage specifically raised an eyebrow as he recognized the names that Ken had spoken. Well, it would have been odd if he didn't. Going into the territory of another country and not even knowing the names of its rulers would have made him seem like a joke of a shinobi. He endangered you, the princess of the Land of Iron? The Reikage's eyes then slanted over to the members of the Dark Brotherhood, before landing on the figure of the bloody princess. His eyes narrowed once more as he looked at her blood-soaked blonde hair flutter in the wind. Don't tell me. The Reikage gave a shaky smile as his mind put the pieces together. He had his suspicions in the past. Many had their suspicions. In fact, there were several reasons why people called her the bloody princess after all. But he didn't expect to get actual confirmation from the lion's mouth. I see. So you trust the two of them? Well, I will choose to trust your judgment, as you've yet to disappoint us. Mifune looked to the side at the Raikage and B, before sighing. As for your apology, I accept it. I think Yuichi may be a bit mad at you for now, but I can handle his tantrums. He knew what type of life lady you would lead by your side. This is merely one of the risks. Mifune sighed once more as he crossed his arms and shook his head. Ken nodded and turned his head towards you for a second. This may be a bit more serious than a few tantrums, Mifune. It would be a shame to lose you now. She's very talented, and her talent has yet to even bloom properly. Mifune blinked a few times when hearing Ken's words. It was as if he was hearing the words of an old master talking about one of their most treasured students. Sometimes it's hard to remember that this man is actually a child. Not that I will ever be treating him as a child, that would be disrespectful to him and his accomplishments. The general smiled a bit as he thought of that before he opened his mouth and waved off Ken's concerns. I wouldn't worry about that. I will personally resist such a thing, but I doubt it will come to that. You herself would protest leading this place vehemently. Yuichi may be able to duke it out with me, but he'll fall on his knees the second you looks at him with those puppy eyes. The general seemed amused just thinking about it, and the blind monster also couldn't help but smile as he imagined the scene in his mind. He then turned to the Cloud duo, who had been uncharacteristically silent throughout his conversation with Mifune. Now then, Lord Raikage, Killer B. It seems I've gone and done it. I owe the two of you a lot. The Raikage immediately waved his hand dismissively. Bah, don't worry about it. You've helped us plenty of times in the past. There are no favors between friends. The Raikage gave the blind assassin a wide smile as he spoke. One that Ken ended up returning. Indeed. I feel a bit bad now for always taking payments when helping you though. Ken sweated a bit as his smile shook slightly. The Raikage laughed out loud when hearing that. Ha! Don't worry about it. I was the one hiring you instead of asking you for help as a friend. I treated things like a transaction, so it is only fair that you saw it as one. The Raikage shook his head as he gave the blind assassin a complex gaze. I wouldn't say that. You've always made your intentions clear and always worked hard to maintain friendly relations with me and the Brotherhood. I've done a shoddy job at reciprocating this at times, but I plan to change that from now on. Ken's answer seemed to be quite pleasing for the Raikage. It was certainly a step forward in their relationship, but that was to be expected. I appreciate that. But still, who would have thought that the Bloody Princess was an actual princess? I had speculated what ties you had with the Land of Iron plenty of times, but could never quite put my finger on it. The Cloud Village leader seemed to glance towards Mifune for a few seconds before turning back to Ken. Well, it was a rather closely guarded secret. But I figured that there was no point in keeping it any longer. At least not from you two. The blind monster tilted his head to the side as he spoke. His nostrils then flared a bit as he turned his head to the side and smiled once more. It seems that he's the last one arriving. The assassin leader muttered as he crossed his arms. Oh? We're expecting someone else? The Reiki and Mifune both looked in the same direction Ken had looked towards. B did the same, although he still wasn't contributing much to the conversation. In the distance, everyone failed to see anything specific. B was the first to notice it among the three of them. A yellow cloud? He muttered as he spotted something within the sky above, shrouded by the other clouds in the distance, yet moving towards them all the same. Ho! So it was him? The Raikage's mood seemed to sour for a few seconds, his smile turning into a scowl as soon as he recognized the technique. Mifune didn't recognize it, but he did spot the cloud, which was flying towards them quite quickly. It eventually reached the cloud right above their heads, and that was when it started to descend. B and Mifune both jumped backwards a bit, neither of them aware of what exactly was coming. The samurai general even had his hand on the hilt of his blade, just in case. Ken and the Raikage didn't react much though. They stood completely still as the cloud landed right near them and dispersed in seconds, revealing a rather familiar figure. A middle-aged man with a pointy beard, wearing a pair of sandals, a black jumpsuit and an armored hood with a bandana headband tied around both his forehead and the hood. Everyone recognized him instantly, even if they didn't know his face, they knew the words on his back. The third Hokage. B and Mifune muttered at around the same time. The current god of shinobi, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had made an entrance. The general sighed and relaxed his guard a bit when he noticed that Ken was completely calm. Ho, it seems that I've arrived a bit late, Hiruzen muttered as he wiped the dust off his shoulders and looked around the battlefield at the scattered corpses of shinobi. I'd say you arrived just in time. Ken nodded towards the Hokage. Inwardly, he felt his mind jumping around in jubilation, as it seemed as if all of the stars were aligning. Time to get onto the third phase of the plan. Chapter 141, Story, A Bold Proposal and Three Corners. Seems that plenty of characters have appeared. I do feel a bit strange being the last to show up. Sarutobi sighed as his sandals touched the ground. He eyed all of the people present, and it was about who he had expected. Mifune was a representative of the Land of Iron since the entire conflict had happened in his territory. The Raikage and Killer Bee, since their relationship with the Red Dot and the Dark Brotherhood was said to run quite deep. Finally, Ken and his associates, although most of the Dark Brotherhood were busy either tending to their own injuries or helping the samurai who were injured. Let's skip the fake humility, Sarutobi. It doesn't matter if you got here first or last. The Raikage seemed to be quite accustomed to Hiruzen's antics. It was true that the third Hokage was always polite, but the Raikage had learned of a different side of him during the many battles they had fought. Behind that polite and gentle exterior was a calculating and shrewd mindset that easily rivaled that of Danzo. It was a prerequisite after all, the job of a Hokage required a certain degree of finesse. As tactless as always. The Hokage shook his head with a wry smile before continuing. But you are correct. The only thing that matters now is, why exactly did you call all of us here, Ken? With his question, everyone's attention was now turned back toward the young leader of the Dark Brotherhood, who just continued to smile. You didn't need me to come here to help defend the Brotherhood if Mifune and the Cloud were here already. So what exactly do you have in mind? Mifune, the Raikage, and Bee all looked at Ken with the same curiosity. Within Killer Bee, the Eight Tails, Kyuki, was also observing the situation with quite a bit of intrigue. I wonder if he ended up confirming more about his existence. Bee! Try to get some private time with Ken after this is over. I want to have a word with him. Bee sweated a bit when hearing his beast companion shout in his mind. He could only sweat and not internally at that, most of his attention was still fixated on Ken and his upcoming words. The blind assassin seemed happy to have all of their attention, and he finally clapped his hands, allowing his smile to die down. To think I made it this obvious. I was wondering if I should wait for one last person, but it seems that they may be taking a bit longer than expected. Ken's head tilted to the side as he released a tired sigh. I would have preferred if the Uzumaki to be here as well, but whatever. They are in cahoots with the Leaf, so this should be good enough. Optimal conditions for my proposal anyway, no need to delay it. Before I confuse you with my plan, I believe it may be better for me to share my story with all of you, my goals. Ken's serious tone was only further emphasized by his stony expression. Normally, the Raikage would have told just about everyone to jump straight to the point, but he didn't dare to be that rude towards Ken and risk ruining their friendship. Meanwhile, Hiruzen was similarly a bit frustrated internally. The Raikage was one of his bitter rivals at the end of the day, and having to meet him on cordial terms felt quite odd with the ongoing war. But he was also intrigued. After all, Ken's past and motivations were still a mystery to the world at large. Mifune only nodded and waited patiently. He knew that Ken was not prone to sharing too much about himself. Hell, there was a reason why Ken hadn't even shared his age with his students in the Brotherhood at first. But why did he share his age with the Cloud in the first place? What exactly compelled him to do so? The old general looked over at the Raikage and Bee, his eyes narrowing slightly. Was it because Ken's friendship with them ran deep? but it wouldn't have been an exaggeration to say that Ken's friendship with the Land of Iron ran deeper. Hell, he was basically family in Yuichi's eyes, and Mifune himself considered him one of their most trusted and capable allies. There must be something more to it. Mifune's tired eyes scanned the battered field, the mounds of corpses that had gathered. And at that moment, something in his mind seemed to finally click into the right place. The feeling of finally placing the last piece in a puzzle. But before he could even think his theory through, Ken started speaking once more. You see, I've had a rather limited childhood. Always running around and fleeing authorities. I guess you could say I was a mountain child. The blind monster's tone seemed quite melancholic as he remembered his past. A melancholic smile seemed to surface on his face too. My parents were deserters. Bounties were put on their heads because they refused to die in a war that had nothing to do with them. In doing so, they lost their honor, their families, and eventually their lives. Mifune looked to the side a bit as he remembered more about the mountain hyenas, the people Ken called his parents. They were by no means despicable in his eyes. Daisuke had been quite a reliable man up to that point at the end of the day. And the group he led were criminals in the samurai general's eyes, just slippery and clever. The old general didn't hold any anger at their betrayal, but the law was still the law. They had to set a precedent to prevent more deserters in the future. As I traveled the world, I couldn't help but run into conflict more and more, furthering myself into the shinobi world without even explicitly desiring to. I needed eyes, so I built the Brotherhood. I needed ears, so I built connections with the underworld using my rising reputation. I needed stability, so I sought out the Uzumaki and learned Fuinjutsu. I needed limbs, so I befriended powerful allies, both knowingly and unknowingly. Ken smiled as he recounted his story in a very abbreviated manner. He didn't go in depth, but at the same time, he said just enough to allow the people listening to build an image in their minds. With every step I took, I ran into more and more war. Each time I fought to achieve what I set out to do, and each time I succeeded. I created a safe haven for me here, within the ruins that lay before your eyes. Ken pointed towards the remains of the Dark Brotherhood compound. Mifune's gaze softened. Studying the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but feel that it was tragic. As your eyes can observe, the world is insisting on dragging me into its wars and misery. No matter what I did or would do, someone would always find something to latch onto, and war would happen again. The orphans of war that I adopted are bound to be plunged into more and more conflict and war as time passes. The Cloud Duo and the Hokage seem to feel quite a bit of pity towards Ken's story too. But they, especially the Raikage, seem to feel quite a bit of rage towards the circumstances. And upon feeling their emotions bubbling, the blind monster realized that it was time to reveal his goal. To strike whilst the iron was hot, so to speak. That's why I gathered you all here. People I've forged alliances with, people I've realized would be sympathetic to my cause. The assassin's serious expression broke for a moment as he smiled and looked to the side. It seems that the last arrival is also here now. In the distance, a flashing red figure in the distance. The Hokage also smiled upon seeing it, slowly taking a step to the side as the figure approached them at great speed. Ho! So he's supposed to be that one last person, huh? The Raikage gave Ken a trembling smile as the figure in front of them became clear. A middle-aged man with long flowing red hair, dressed in a gray jonin vest soaked in blood, with black trousers and sandals. On his chest was the large symbol of a whirlpool, and on his head was the forehead protector with a similar symbol. On his back were two bloodied blades, alongside something that seemed like a barrel strapped to his back. Wow! Seems I've missed quite a lot. The newcomer looked around with a placid expression before his gaze finally rested on the Cloud Duo, the Hokage, and Mifune. The Raikage looked to the side and scowled, averting his gaze as he recognized that man instantly. Uzumaki Yorihiko, the current leader of the Whirlpool Village and head of the Uzumaki clan. You've missed out, but not on as much as you'd think. I was just about to get into why I called you all here. Ken smiled and crossed his arms. Yorihiko nodded and slowly unstrapped the barrel from his back and dropped it on the ground, raising a small cloud of dust. It's been a while since we've talked in person, but I couldn't refuse an invitation from you. Some rather unsavory figures around, but I admit I am also quite curious as to what's on your mind. Yorihiko commented as he gazed towards the Reikage, who continued to scowl, this time meeting the Whirlpool Kage's gaze defiantly. Don't get too cocky, you dash, the Reikage spat out with disdain, but was interrupted by the booming sound of Ken clapping once. Everyone's attention was finally back on the blind monster, who seemed a tad disappointed. I get that not everyone here is in good relations with one another, but please let us keep things civil. There has been enough bloodshed today. The assassin spoke with his arms crossed, his voice monotone and devoid of emotion. The Reikage sighed and mumbled an apology, whilst Yorihiko shook his head and continued paying attention to Ken. My goal is simple. To prevent what has happened today from happening again anytime soon, I want all of the people present here to form an alliance. Ken heard a few confused huss and oohs before the information sunk in properly. Wait, what? The Reikage's eyes widened as he glanced over at the Hokage and Yorihiko, who seemed to be raising their eyebrows in confusion. No offense, Ken. But the Cloud and the Whirlpool are not in the greatest of terms. The Uzumaki clan leader shook his head with a strained smile. Same for the Leaf Village. Herzuin added to that as his expression remained unchanged. His eyes narrowed at Ken, however. Miphian remained silent, merely observing the situation while stroking what remained of his half-burnt beard. It is true that your villages are at war. But do you three wish for that war to continue endlessly? What exactly would you even achieve from that? Yorihiko, the Cloud took part in the alliance made to ruin your clan, but they were just a group amongst the many that had gathered there, and they didn't even reach the shores of the land of Whirlpool. The Uzumaki clan head scratched his chin as well, slightly tilting his head to the side as he gazed over at the Reikage one more time. Meanwhile, Ken continued. Hiruzen, the Leaf, and the Cloud both took plenty of damage throughout this war. There shouldn't be much animosity at this point unless you feel the need to spill more blood needlessly. The Hokage was not as silent as Yorihiko, however. It is true that both sides are losing in our conflict. But that does not mean that we would be prepared or willing to become close allies. Ken seemed a bit disappointed to hear that, but he also seemed to have been expecting it. I am willing to act as a mediator amongst the three of you. This alliance isn't something to help us fight against the world. It's meant to give the world a chance to rest. At least while the people here are in power, it would give our respective villages and the people of our lands some time to breathe. A period of peace, so to speak. Ken's words seemed to resonate with both the Hokage and Yorihiko, who looked at each other for a second. The Reikage himself didn't seem to be against his idea. Only he knew how much his people had suffered due to the ongoing war. He had also grown tired of it now. He liked the rush, he loved to fight. But he was always going to put the needs and wants of his people first, and he knew they needed peace. The Land of Iron is also willing to act and mediate between the nations within the alliance. And his words essentially sealed the deal for all of the Kage present. They all looked at the usually silent samurai as he took Ken's side without even the slightest hesitation. In the end, they all nodded and agreed. They still gave each other not-so-friendly looks, but Ken was sure such things would be fixed with time. And so, the Three Corners Alliance was formed. An alliance consisting of samurai, bounty hunters/hired assassins, and shinobi. But there was still one more issue left to address. And the Reikage was more than willing to be the one to point out the elephant in the proverbial room. Okay. So all of us present here will work together from now on, to ensure each other's prosperity. But we don't hold the final say in war decisions. So, what about the actual nobility of the lands that rule over us? Chapter 142, The Daimyo Issue, Board and Package. What about the actual nobility of the lands that rule over us? The Reikage's voice was followed by silence. Everyone looked over at Ken once more, awaiting his answer. No one present thought for 1 second that Ken hadn't already made plans on how to convince the daimyo of each land. The royal families were, at the end of the day, the ones that called the shots. The hidden villages were all in the employ of others. There was no way that the blind monster hadn't taken that into account. The hidden villages are employed by the noble families, true. But we also now have plenty of leverage. All of us together should be more than enough to have the same influence as the old god of shinobi. The assassin crossed his arms as he brought up the only person that he achieved something similar to what he wanted. Senju Hashirama. By far, the man was considered the most powerful shinobi to date. Under him, the world flourished for quite a few good years. And it was purely because of his strength. No one dared to cross the leaf, and when Hashirama declared that he wished to end the warring period, none of the daimyo dared to go against his wishes purely because of his strength. And no one dared to start wars during his time because they knew he'd get involved. Hell, he was strong enough to capture and give out the tailed beasts to the other villages as well, hoping that they would serve as a deterrent after his demise. But even with the tailed beasts, literal weapons of destruction with personalities, no one dared to start fighting while Hashirama was alive. Only after his death did the era of the shinobi wars start properly. It was the return of the warring states almost, just with a lot more structure. But structured chaos was not that much better than regular chaos, and suffering was still all around them. That might just work honestly. Herzuin muttered as he took a look at everyone who had gathered. 3 of the strongest shinobi alive, 1 of the strongest Jinchuriki, the most powerful assassin, and the strongest samurai were all present. It's a bit brutish, forcing peace onto them using our strengths and influence. But as long as we work together, it shouldn't be much of an issue. Lord knows my people need some peace as well. Yorihiko hummed as he seemed to agree with the Hokage wholeheartedly. It's still odd to think we'd be working together. But it's true that there is little we can't do if we put in enough effort. The Reikage seemed to agree, becoming rather excited as he flexed one arm with a smile. And Killer Bee behind him seemed to be getting quite hyped as well. Yeah, we unite, take command. They'll bend to our will, can't withstand our might. The rapper immediately started spouting off, gaining a strange look from everyone present. The Reikage sighed in concealed disappointment before shaking his head and returning to his thoughts. The others acted similarly, but B was too busy to notice the tough crowd as he took out his notebook and started scribbling some more sick verses. Lord Yuichi and the Land of Iron can also help pressure the other noble families. It may strain some relations, and risk affecting our usual neutral stance, but I believe that Lord Yuichi will be willing to lend us a hand at the promise of peace. The beheading general statement was quite outstanding to all of the Kage present. Mifyun's position was indeed different than theirs, but they still assumed that Mifyun answered to the daimyo at the end of the day. Only Ken didn't react much, as he was already well aware of the state of affairs within the Land of Iron. Mifyun and Yuichi were essentially family through anything other than blood, and the daimyo had absolute respect for the samurai general. If they are willing to go all in, then I might as well join them. The Leaf will benefit a lot from this period of peace anyway. The Hokage pondered for a few seconds before deciding to reveal his cards as well. We can force the hand of Iwabikure and the Land of Earth to join our alliance in exchange for us returning Inoki alive. They are in a very precarious position seeing as they've lost both of their Jinchuriki and tailed beasts. They do not have the capability to refuse our requests now. Herzuin smiled as he remembered the broken figure of Inoki being carried away by his umbu. It was a shame that the Kazekage and the one-tailed Jinchuriki had gotten away. Orochimaru and Jiraiya were both strong, but they weren't enough to deal with either of them currently. By the time Hiruzen had arrived to help, the Sand Leader and the tailed beast were already leaning on their hind legs, retreating. Neither Orochimaru nor Jiraiya was fast enough to keep up with them properly over a prolonged period of time. It had turned into a chase for a bit, but the Hokage gave up on it, not wanting to risk his life needlessly by cornering the Sand Duo alone. He could have brought either one of his students on the Nimbus Cloud, but even then the fight would have been risky and prolonged. The Sand Duo weren't that important anyway in Hiruzen's eyes, and he knew that his side had already won the war. Crafty fucker. I'd love to see Inoki's sorry figure and kill him with my own hands. But using him as a bargaining chip might be even more humiliating. The Reikage both praised and cursed at the Hokage. Not that uncommon between the two of them, and everyone seemed to be too busy thinking about the implications of what the Hokage had said to notice their small exchange. Not only that, but the Mizukage will definitely agree and join us as well. Not that he have much choice. From then on it's bound to just snowball. Ken scratched his chin with a confident smile as he thought about the most important figures in the world and how they'd react. The sand will also keel over. They'd not even recovered fully from the Second Shinobi War yet. The Hokage also seemed to gain a cheeky smile on his face as he realized that the concept of peace was within their grasp. They were going to do it. They were creating a period of true growth and prosperity for the world. Ken's plan was looking more and more as not only possible, but easy. The game board was set up in such a way for their team that they essentially had their opponents in checkmate from the start. Mifune couldn't help but sweat a bit as his eyes traced over to the blind assassin that had made all of that possible. Is that why he announced his age after all? Was this your plan all along? The samurai had already pieced it all together, well, most of it anyway. From the people present, he was the closest to and knew most about Ken. He realized it now, but everything. Every minute detail of the war that had just occurred seemed to have lined up favorably for Ken and his interests. It wouldn't have been far-fetched to say that he had been behind the war itself happening, right? Well, it would have been. The entire compound was destroyed, and a lot of things that happened couldn't possibly have been under his control. But Mifune still got that strange feeling in his gut that he and the other people present were not actually players in the game, but just pawns on the board. It would have been an upsetting thought for most. But Mifune saw no issue in that. If Ken's plan was going to be of help to his people, then he truly didn't care that he was a pawn. He would fully accept his position if it granted his people peace. He was sure the others would agree as well if they came to the same realization that he did. But there was no way that Ken could have accounted for that. I'm starting to question myself more and more. Ken, you are certainly our greatest ally, and I trust your judgment at the end of the day. But God, I wish you were easier to read at times. Mifune internally sighed as his gaze turned to the side, and he started to pay more attention to the conversation happening around him once more. Perfect. In that case, we can start as soon as we all get home and get some rest. The Dark Brotherhood does still need to handle rebuilding itself. Ken nodded at everyone present, his smile almost contagious as he then craned his neck towards the barrel that Yorihiko had brought with him. By the way, what's the deal with the extra baggage? His question seemed to take the Uzumaki leader by surprise a bit. Yorihiko glanced over at Hiruzen for a second before shaking his head. Well, it's official business of the Leaf Village from my knowledge. The Uzumaki leader spoke with a rather careful tone, clearly not willing to divulge more about the situation. Ken simply nodded, understanding that it wasn't something for Yorihiko to divulge in the first place. Well, at this point the Leaf's business is your business as well. And since you are involved in this matter, you deserve to know. The Hokage seemed to sigh, as his expression turned quite grim. He walked over to the sealed barrel and undid some of the seals around the lid, opening it up with a slight hum. Steam came out of the barrel before it shook and toppled over. The Hokage's expression seemed almost regretful as he shook his head and turned it slightly to the side. Out of that barrel crawled the limbless figure of a man. He had short, disheveled black hair, he was missing one eye, and all of his limbs were severed. He wore gray clothing, well, the remains of a gray yukata at the very least. From the smell, Ken could safely deduce that most of the blood on Yorihiko's jacket and blades was from that man. And he could also recognize his chakra signature. Danzo Shimura. Seems like he finally stepped over the line, huh? The Reikage scoffed when seeing the man. Ha, ha. Danzo breathed slowly as his eye adjusted to the light, and his gaze finally fell on the people observing him. He already knew everything was over, so he wasn't shocked or startled upon seeing Hiruzen. He knew things had gone awry ever since the groups he and some other smaller Kage led were intercepted by the Uzumaki. It wasn't long before they were captured either. Danzo was relatively strong, but he was a far cry from Yorihiko, who didn't even need to use the adamantite sealing chains against him. As you can see, or feel I guess, my old companion decided to go rogue. You were the one to bring this to my attention discreetly back then. He has brought shame onto our village, so he will be punished properly, though it looks as though he has already been punished quite a bit. Herzuin couldn't help but wince a bit when seeing his old friend and comrade in such a state. Well, he did try to put up a fight, and I didn't want him struggling too much during the sealing process. Yorihiko simply shrugged unapologetically. No, you handled it well. But I will take it from here. Hiruzen walked over to his old friend and patted him on the shoulder before pushing him back into the barrel and setting it upright. I still need a bit more time to find out the true extent of his crimes. His roots ran deep into the Leaf Village. He always acted for its benefit, but I believe his desire to be in control overwhelmed his reasoning as of late. Hiruzen seemed to have quite a lot to say, his gaze was complex and the emotions within him ranged from sadness to anger, to apathy and sorry. A jumbled mess, as some could call it. It was clear that Hiruzen was the sentimental sort, but he was still very well composed. Thank you for quenching my curiosity. Ken slowly nodded towards Herzuin, who slowly raised and harnessed the barrel on his back. No problem, we are all allies now. We shall speak again soon. The Hokage nodded as a yellow cloud seeped from the bottom of his sandals and slowly lifted him off the ground. Yorihiko, are you coming with me? The Hokage said as he turned to the Uzumaki leader. The two were headed in the same direction after all. And the Uzumaki leader agreed, only looking towards Ken one last time. We shall catch up at a later date over a cup of tea. Till then, do take care of my son. Yorihiko shouted as he jumped on the Nimbus cloud. He then nodded towards the others present, specifically Mifune, as he was still not in the mood to act friendly with the Raikage. Well, me and B can stay and help you rebuild for now. We still need to rest and recover some chakra before we get going. The Raikage turned towards Ken with a smile as soon as the two had left. That would be greatly appreciated. The blind monster nodded once more, smiling as he did so. The Raikage laughed a bit, turned around whilst grabbing B by the collar and started walking towards the remains of the compound. My samurai can also help set up temporary residences for the children. Mifune looked towards Ken, his gaze a bit complicated, but at the same time also composed. Thank you, you are reliable as always, Mifune. We do have plenty of work ahead of us. Indeed. But things are looking quite hopeful, aren't they? Yes. They certainly are. Chapter 143, Reconstruction Process, Spreading False News and Trust Issues. The samurai and the Cloud duo did indeed help the Brotherhood with housing. They were by no means a professional construction crew. But they did have a lot of hands in the form of the samurai, and a lot of strength in the form of B and the Raikage. They ended up using a few of the cut-down/collapsed trees to build dozens upon dozens of cabins upon the scorched earth in front of the collapsed compound. The cabins were built on the crater where the tailed beast bombs had first clashed with the Rashomons that the blades summoned. The crater was of course filled using a few Earth-style jutsu. The blades and the children helped with that, but once again, the Raikage did most of the work, as most of the members within the Brotherhood were too tired. He didn't outright specialize in Earth release, but he still knew a large variety of jutsu, as any respectable Kage would. Ken also helped in that aspect, as much like the Raikage, his knowledge was sufficient to assist with putting out the fires within the forest and filling in craters. The samurai also helped with the cleanup process. They dealt with the corpses and carted them away for incineration and proper burials. Despite their overall distaste for shinobi and their endeavors, they still respected the dead, which was also why the shrine that Ken had built for his fathers had remained untouched for all that time. The samurai that had passed were also carried away, but a bit more ceremoniously. They were, after all, samurai who had served their country with their lives on the line and dutifully followed orders until the very end. The epitome of what all samurai aspired to be. It was only natural for them to receive the greatest honorifics and burials as heroes. Their families were also to be heavily compensated and set for life. But that was business that Mifune was going to deal with after his return. For now, the wood log cabins were put together with concern for longevity and sturdiness. They were quite simple, but Ken had already arranged for a large construction team to arrive and help them rebuild. Cleaning up the debris was rather labor-intensive, but it was all done within 3 weeks. They had even managed to scavenge a lot of doors and furniture from the collapsed buildings, which was going to be quite useful. And it was at that time that Mifune and the samurai that remained also departed. The Raikage NB also left, of course with a promise to stay in contact. Their Three Corners alliance was still very much active and on the table. It was only a matter of making it official and known to the world. But what the world learned about first was the details of the war and assault on the Dark Brotherhood and their compound. It helped further cement the Dark Brotherhood as an entity on par, if not greater than the 5 great villages. It also became a well-known fact that they received help from the Land of Iron, the Cloud Village, the Leaf, and the Whirlpool. The Whirlpool and the Cloud were no surprise to the world, as Ken was touted to be quite close to both sides. But the Leaf took many by surprise. Upon investigation from the daimyo of the Land of Fire, more details were revealed. And the Information Guild, which had agents all over the world, was also able to pick up on the matter. They, like always, profited a lot from spreading that information by giving it to the highest bidder. In the end, it became known within the shinobi world that the Leaf was involved due to one of their own getting involved in the assault. The Leaf took it upon themselves to assist the Brotherhood to prevent a larger conflict from occurring between the Leaf and the Dark Brotherhood. At least that was the explanation that was provided to the daimyo of the Land of Fire. As they had not yet decided to go public with their alliance, it was only natural for Hiruzen to make up a cover story for his and the Leaf's involvement. It was also technically true, as one of the biggest factors in his decision to mobilize so many people was because he knew Danzo was involved. That and the fact that Jiraiya had pleaded with him to assist the Brotherhood. The Sannin had even gone as far as to claim that, if Hiruzen was not going to do anything, then he was going to go rogue and help them himself. Of course, the god of shinobi tied his student upside down and essentially grounded him, but he still took his student's opinion into account. Jiraiya was, at the end of the day, a perceptive person. He had a talent for understanding others, which was why Hiruzen trusted him to start building on the Leaf's information network. Joining the Three Corners Alliance was a bit of a jump in the Hokage's opinion, but it was also felt necessary at the time. The Whirlpool Kage had likely felt the same. After all, had they refused, the alliance would have still happened. The only difference was that the founding members were going to be just from the Brotherhood, the Cloud, and the Land of Iron. Those 3 parties were already more than enough to pose a significant threat to any other nation. The Three Corners Alliance would have still been, in fact, powerful enough to pose a threat to every nation even if they were to somehow scramble and band together. So, instead of being swept up and forced to agree to the terms that the would-be alliance wanted like the rest of the world, it was much smarter to just be part of the founding members of the alliance. That way, at the very least their opinions mattered, and the safety of their villages was assured. That was exactly why Hiruzen didn't feel any resentment towards Ken, who was the obvious mastermind behind everything. Much like Mifune, the Hokage realized that Ken had decided to reveal his age knowing that it would come back to bite him. After all, the blind child assassin could have simply kept quiet until he grew to the point where no one in the world would have even dared to face him. But no, he had taken the opportunity to bait out his enemies and used the situation to get rid of many of them in a manner that was both decisive and gave way to the formation of the alliance. Hiruzen felt a bit of disappointment in himself that he hadn't managed to untangle the webs before reaching the remains of the Dark Brotherhood compound that day. He, and everyone there, had essentially gotten played by Ken. The best part? The Hokage couldn't even be mad about it. Even if he knew the truth, and that he had been essentially manipulated, he still couldn't hold any resentment. It was, at the end of the day, only going to benefit the Leaf. Yorihiko had also likely reached a similar conclusion. Hiruzen knew the Uzumaki clan leader well enough to understand his thought process. At this point, we just have to wait for a bit for things to settle down. The war has already slowed down due to all sides being exhausted, so there is no hurry in that regard. The only reason it hasn't been declared as over already is because the noble families won't agree to ending it so easily. In the end, the Hokage decided to simply call on his shinobi to play defensively from that point on. Yorihiko and the Reikage did the same, but at a different pace so as to not cause the world to suspect that anything more was happening. To prevent even further discussion, the Cloud and the Whirlpool even decided to stage a few small-scale conflicts, and only reported fake casualties on paper. They knew that they weren't going to have to keep up that facade for long, so they didn't fear any future investigation by the nobles of their respective lands. And whilst that was being set up and happening, Ken was still in the process of rebuilding the compound. He had achieved a lot in that war, not only in terms of getting rid of future nuisances but also forming the alliance that was going to be crucial in achieving his end goal. Other than that, the invasion had also served as a good test for their defenses and preparedness against real conflict. And Ken was rather pleased with the results. Not only had their barrier plan worked out, but it had worked out spectacularly. Saburo reported that, by his calculations, had he not interfered in breaking down the barrier himself, the opposing army would have never managed to break it down before Ken arrived. And under normal situations, Ken would have simply been summoned within the barrier too, so really, it was a complete success. The children had also performed beyond all expectations. Ken had already made arrangements for Saburo to break the betrayal facade early if any of the children were in true danger, but it wasn't even needed. Instead, it seemed that all of their training had paid off. And even the most careless amongst them, like you, had taken the situation with absolute seriousity. The member with the biggest kill count was, predictably, Tatsukiyo. The one-legged assassin relied on his speed a lot and could use a bit more mastery over more ninjutsu, but his results were still astounding. He had incapacitated or killed between 200 to 300 shinobi, and those were just confirmed numbers. Morita, the second strongest amongst the children, had barely gotten to around half that number before he was injured a bit and tired out. You herself only managed to get around 30, which was a bit disappointing to her, but she did help the younger siblings a lot. Children like you and me were, after all, not allowed to join in the fight too actively. The older children formed a protective circle around them for a while, and you was part of that circle. They needed to hold that up until Tasho showed up to help them. And then the Reikage also appeared. From that point on, none of the younger children were in any danger at all. Even when resting, the Reikage plucked off plenty of heads at speeds that the children present could barely even comprehend. It was safe to say, however, that the largest kill count belonged to the tailed beasts. They used large-scale moves with reckless abandon, and many died just because they found themselves in the wrong place at the wrong time. This was, of course, all compounded into results by Saburo, who was observing the ongoing situation whilst hidden with a few of his clones. Some of his clones were hidden underground all across the battlefield, prepared to jump up and help the Brotherhood if needed. And some of them did die to the tailed beasts as well, which was regrettable. But the strawman was more than okay with losing all of his clones. Especially since he was delivered with a lot of materials/corpses to mummify and use to make new ones. Ken was quite pleased with the metrics received, as some would expect. It allowed him to understand more about the way that tailed beasts were used in the field and the dangers they possessed to people who weren't him. Though that was only natural. They were considered weapons of mass destruction for a reason. But it was rather ironic that they caused more damage to their own people than to the enemy. As Ken looked over those metrics and statistics within the wooden cabin that now served as his office, he couldn't help but raise his head towards the door, which opened up in the next second. Tasho. Great to see you. Well, not see exactly. But you get my point. Ken nodded toward the first blade, who walked over, pulled up a wooden chair, and sat down right in front of Ken's desk. We need to talk, sir. The first bald spoke in a resolute tone, causing the blind monster to just sigh in contemplation. Figured this conversation would come at one point or another. No point in postponing it. Of course, as always, speak freely. Ken nodded and crossed his arms, leaning back into his chair as his hair pressed against the torn cushion of the backrest. "Well then, would you mind telling me why exactly you didn't trust me or Akira enough to let us in on the plan you concocted with Saburo?" The first blade got straight to the point, causing the blind leader to sigh once more. "Sometimes I wish that he liked beating around the bush, it'd give me more time to think about things. It wasn't about trust here, Tasho. It was merely about efficiency and risks. Telling the two of you ran us the risk of your acting not being as realistic, which would have definitely alerted the ones watching the Brotherhood." Ken decided to be straightforward as well. His reasoning was simple after all. But that didn't mean Tasho had to like it. "Sir, with all due respect, I trust you with all of my soul. You are the sole reason why I was able to put my life back together, to put my talents to good use and give my existence meaning. I understand not trusting Akira to act accordingly, as he is a bit mentally unwell. But why couldn't you trust me?" His concerns were also quite well-founded. Tasho had been the one closest to Ken for the longest time. He was Ken's first official student, the very first member of the Dark Brotherhood, and the first blade. He was the first to comprehend and master Ken's techniques, and he was the one to pass on that information to the children with varying degrees of success. He had done a lot for Ken's sake, and he had not compromised one bit to ensure that the best outcome was achieved for his master. So why? Why does he trust Saburo more than he trusts me? But as he thought further and spoke more and more, he couldn't help but feel that he was also blowing things out of proportion. He felt as if he was cornering Ken and acting too childish, unbecoming of someone in his position. But he couldn't help it. For the first time in years, he felt helpless, outside of the circle. A circle that he had helped Ken build from the ground up. It simply didn't feel right, even if Ken's reasons were sound. Ken's senses seeped deep into the first blade's soul. He felt the raging emotions within him, the frustrations, anger, hurt and also envy. Ha! The blind monster could only sigh, cursing himself internally for not taking Tasho's feelings into consideration with his plans. The blind monster had done a lot to distance himself from emotions when planning things. He had done his best to avoid doing so after the situation with the Seven Swordsmen. He knew that nothing good came out of it. But it seemed that by mistake, he had stopped considering not only his emotions but also the ones of those around him. As we grow, we learn. I guess I still have plenty of growing to do. The silence in the cabin seemed to be unnerving. Tasho was starting to feel more and more frustrated and anxious, so Ken decided to finally speak up after thinking things more thoroughly. "Tasho." The first blade's ears perked up for a second as if he was startled when the silence was finally broken. "I am sorry." But Tasho was certainly not expecting an apology right off the bat. "I didn't take your feelings, or the children's feelings, into consideration. I went ahead with a plan that put everyone in danger. Even though I had made preparations for their safety, I still did everything without your or their knowledge, so the distress you and the children felt is very much real." Ken's voice, for the first time in a while, sounded a lot less robotic and a lot more human, and Tasho's eyes couldn't help but widen as he continued to listen. I will try and work on this, to prevent such a thing from happening in the future. I am still new to this, to having a family that you can trust fully." Ken's life was a rather tumultuous mess after all. And whilst it was true that in his current life he's had a family for a few years, he had never quite opened up fully to anyone. Not even to the ones that raised him. He was starting to open up, but then they died. And he retreated back into his shell. It was the children of the Brotherhood, Tasho and Akira, bonds that he had made, which were slowly prying him out of that shell. Keyword, slowly. After all, what were a few years compared to the decades he had spent deprived of all genuine human connections in his past life? You are right, you of all people did have the right to know. And from now on you won't be kept in the dark about anything else. The first blade couldn't help but tremble slightly when hearing those words. His eyes also felt watery. But he refused to cry. He didn't want to appear weak, not in front of his leader, not after hearing his honest words. He didn't want his tears to blur the sight that was in front of him. The sight of Ken, the leader he idolized so much, admitting to his faults and pledging to improve himself. I accept your apology. After taking in that scene for a few seconds, Tasho finally spoke up again. The children weren't upset at you in any way, they trust you completely. I was just being irrational. Tasho's shoulders seemed to sag for a second, as his tone became a bit dark. Despite being moved, he still felt as if he had acted in an unbecoming manner. Now, let's not call your very real concerns about my trust issues and misgivings irrational. You are fully in your right to be mad at me for what has happened. Ken sighed once more as his fingers slowly tapped on the arm of his chair. Thank you, sir. For everything. Tasho nodded before turning around. I will go and attend to the children as well. Please take care. The first blade nodded and started walking off. Ken only nodded back as he watched the man leave the room and close the door behind him. And as soon as he left, Ken slowly rested his head on his desk. What a mess. Maybe catching a wink of sleep would help. It's certainly been a while. Chapter 144, Time to Rebuild, Progress and Plans. The months rolled by, and everything moved swiftly enough. The Dark Brotherhood compound was already well on its way to being rebuilt. Ken's 14th birthday had also come and gone, with little reaction as no one in the Brotherhood knew when his birthday was. The father's age was a bit of an awkward subject for some of the children. Even if he took the role of a father and all of them saw him as such, knowing his age was likely breaking the illusion in some way to some of the children. At least Ken thought so, which was why he kept his birthday on the down low. Thankfully, the Brotherhood no longer had any urgent matters to attend to. For the most part, the compound was rebuilt, at least to the point where the children gleefully moved back into more permanent residences. Construction crews were still working on a few buildings, like the library or the leader's office, which was now designed to be a completely separate building from Ken's and the Blade's sleeping arrangements. It was decidedly that way, as Tasho saw it fit to structure the compound a bit differently. Other than that, the children that had been injured had also recovered. The situation had made Ken realize that the Brotherhood was still lacking dearly in something quite crucial. A healing division. But he was going to have to iron out the details of that at some other point. For the most part, all operations were successfully restarted. Uzunaki Kazue, Kushina's brother and Yorihiko's oldest son, had also returned. He was understandably quite disappointed to have missed out on the war, but it couldn't have been helped. No one had bothered to inform him, and he was too preoccupied with spending quality time and getting to know his sister. But now that he was back with the Brotherhood, he started his lectures once more, continuing to teach the younger members more about Fuinjutsu. Jiraiya, the Toad Sannin, had also returned. Just in time for Ken's Senjutsu classes to start once more. Ken did consider kicking him out at one point, as he was technically no longer needed as a spy within the Leaf Village. But he did hear from the Hokage about the Sannin's assistance on the Leaf helping the Brotherhood, so he decided to just teach him Senjutsu earnestly for the time being. In the end, Jiraiya's progress was still admittedly slow. Meanwhile, the most talented of Ken's pupils in Senjutsu was still Yumi. The little girl was already a more perfect sage than Jiraiya. She had achieved that in under 2 months in fact. The Toad Sage was understandably very disappointed in himself when he noticed that Yumi had overtaken him, but in the end, it only motivated him to put more work into his training. Overall, he was now upgraded from a forest dweller residing outside of the Brotherhood to having a dormitory within the compound. His contribution in convincing the Hokage to help the Brotherhood and subsequently join the Alliance was something that Ken's lack of eyes clearly recognized. Of course, Jiraiya's residence within the Brotherhood came with a rather heavy set of rules. Including, but not limited to, not having any access or line of sight towards the bathhouse during the girl/female bathing hours, and not being allowed near them during training in general. Jiraiya was quite offended at the insinuation that he'd creep on little girls, but he didn't argue as he understood that the first impression he had left on Ken was not going to vanish easily. Thanks to Sage Mode, Yumi had managed to reach a level that was slightly above most of the other children, easily raising her to the upper top 10 of all recruits in the Brotherhood. But people like Morita, NR.2, and even you, now NR.3, could still dispatch her quite easily due to a difference of skill. Tatsukio, the one-legged devil, was still the NR.1 among the recruits, and Ken was already considering that it was time for him to be promoted to a blade. Well, simply promoting him won't do. I guess we should do another ranking tournament, with the winner being promoted. This way everyone feels like they have a chance. In truth, Ken did have high expectations of the others as well. He knew that many, especially Morita and Yu, would try to find some creative strategies to take down Tatsukio. He was looking forward to seeing their skills on display. Still, it was going to have to wait for a bit. First off, it was finally time for things to settle down in the shinobi world. The Three Corners Alliance was going to make itself known to the world, and they were to put an end to bloodshed. Ken knew that he was entering a different warfare now, a political one. But he had already prepared all of the weapons and the smoking guns needed to put the world at a standstill. Now, prolonging that standstill was the actual goal, but the blind assassin knew that he'd have to take things one step at a time. And now was the start of the first step. Ken slowly dug his index finger's nail into his thumb, made a few quick hand signs and slowly placed his hand on the table. Summoning Jutsu, he whispered as a cloud of smoke appeared in front of him. From that cloud of smoke emerged a larger-than-average bat. Its eyes flickered a bit as it slowly shook its entire body and got used to the natural energy-filled air around it. Lord Ken, thank you for calling upon us, it has been a while. The bat had an aged voice. Upon closer inspection, it was also rather wrinkly and had a thick beard, larger than its entire body. An elder bat that went by the name Koromaru, his wrinkly body was quite fat, which led to it just being called the Great Round One by the others. Ken smiled as soon as he sensed the bat land on his desk. It hasn't been that long, but I want you to send that message to the others as well. Oh? Things are finally moving along then? Koromaru gasped for a bit before giving Ken a sharp-toothed smile. He didn't need to be told exactly what message to deliver, as it had been drafted beforehand. It was simply announcing to the other members of the Alliance that they were going public. All of the members were going to be taking very specific actions right upon the announcement. It was all to put pressure on the noble families of the elemental nations. Yuichi, the Land of Iron's daimyo, had already agreed to personally help with the Alliance. It seemed that Mifune had the power to convince him, as he had said. Either that or his interests and desires aligned with Ken's goal as well, which was why he was very much on board with it. The very first thing that would happen was the Land of Iron breaking its renowned neutrality and getting personally involved and ending all of the conflicts in the areas surrounding its territory and sphere of influence. Yuichi was also going to send a delegation to each elemental nation declaring that the war was to come to an end at the behest of the Alliance. He was going to be the Alliance's representative to all of the noble families. Naturally, it was only a matter of time and preparedness. Ken smiled a bit as he knew that everyone was ready and itching to end the war properly. Their alliance was already starting to become prosperous for everyone involved, which helped improve relations between the Cloud, Uzumaki, and Leaf as well. They were a long shot from being on friendly terms, but at least they were not at each other's throats. Understood. Other than that, there is something else that needs your attention. The elderly bat spoke in a relaxed voice, but Ken could tell from its tone that the situation was quite serious. With a slight smirk, he decided to do his best and guess at what that information may be. Let me guess. Hanzo the salamander is growing more and more uncomfortable with the Dark Brotherhood-funded Akatsuki within his midst, right? The bat smirked, leading Ken to realize that he had hit it square on the money. It wasn't long before Kaya, the bat he had left with the Akatsuki, had reported that Hanzo's forces were scouting out the group of orphans with rather unfriendly eyes. Not long after the war, Ken did good on his promise and started supplying the Akatsuki properly, with both money and necessities. The problem came due to the fact that Hanzo was not quite appreciative of what was essentially an insurgency of rogue shinobi. It was a lot worse when, upon observing the Akatsuki for a while, he concluded that they were receiving funding from an outsider. That always spelled trouble. Hanzo would normally have simply attacked them preemptively, nipping the problem in the bud and killing all the Akatsuki including its leaders. But not long after he found out about the Akatsuki having a sponsor, he received a letter from none other than Ken, explaining the situation. It had claimed him down a bit, at least made him hold off on taking them out just yet. Especially since Ken had described the Akatsuki as just a group of war orphans building a home for themselves, and not an insurgency. Now the validity of Ken's words was still up for debate in Hanzo's eyes, but at least he could rest easy for a while. After all, what kind of scheme would it have been if the secret supporter of the Akatsuki contacted him directly? The support for the Akatsuki kept rolling in and the group continued to grow bigger and bigger. Ken, out of respect for Hanzo, explicitly held back in supplying the Akatsuki with weapons and techniques, but the Akatsuki was seemingly still growing stronger even without that. Now that they didn't have to worry about food and basic needs, they had all the time in the world to acquire techniques themselves and grow stronger. A few months was all that was needed for them to become a force significant enough to make Hanzo want to once again get rid of them, it seemed. Or at least that was what Kaya's latest report that Ken was hearing currently was saying. I guess I will have to pay the Land of Rain a personal visit once more while the wheels are turning and the Three-Corner Alliance is being announced. Ken then dismissed Koromaru, the old bat, and slowly stood up. He slipped his mask back on and slowly walked out of the door of his office, running directly into Tasho, who was currently wearing a more casual attire. His face was uncovered, but the Samahata was still on his back. "Master, are you going for a walk?" The first blade quickly saluted Ken and bowed slightly. The blind assassin simply nodded and shrugged. "Something like that. Going for a short stroll in the Land of Rain, Hanzo needs a talking to before he does something he'll regret." Chapter 145, Ending Wars, Political Power and Hanzo's Plight. As soon as Ken left the compound, the founding members of the Three Corners Alliance all received the blind monster's message. And in an instant, the world learned what truly went down a few months back at the Dark Brotherhood compound. The foundation of the Three Corners Alliance came as a shock to many, but surprisingly, some people were expecting something like this to happen. For example, the Mizukage seemed to have anticipated more occurring during the war on the Dark Brotherhood. He already knew that Ken was not one to go down easily, and he somewhat expected him to defy all expectations. So the foundation of the Three Corners Alliance was something that he had subconsciously prepared himself for already. What truly no one was prepared for was the demands that the Alliance made. They were quite simple, and could be spelled out in very few words in fact. End the Third Shinobi War, or we will end it for you. It was quite literally a declaration of war against the entire world, requesting the nobles to take action and stop the war at the threat of facing the full strength of the Alliance. The most shocking part of the Alliance, however, was not the shinobi villages that hated each other coming together, but the Land of Iron deciding to give up on its neutrality and join in. The samurai were a significant force that could cause waves throughout the elemental nations. The world at large figured that the Land of Iron saw the shinobi world's conflicts as beneath them and didn't get involved for the most part except for a few skirmishes. But now the tides were shifting, enemies were becoming friends, and the once neutral powers of the world were being forced to take a stance. The daimyo of the Land of Iron also acted on his promise, sending several delegations to the nobility within the elemental nations. All of the nobles and leading figures of the world were now forced into a bend or break situation, and the Three Corners Alliance was not at all willing to compromise. They had little to no leverage, as it wasn't just one hidden village rebelling. They couldn't deprive all of the members of the Alliance of their livelihoods. In essence, things were much worse for the Land of Fire, Lightning, and Whirlpools, as they had essentially lost all control/leverage over their respective hidden villages. The moment depriving the hidden villages of financial support could no longer be used as a weapon, the nobles of each respective land became more alert. And in just the span of a few days, the nobles all came to a unanimous decision, which was to adhere to the Alliance's demands, but also make an official request/demand which they expected to be respected in exchange for their cooperation. It was very much expected of them to try and at least retain as much of their power as possible, so it was not surprising when they requested the alliance to not be allowed to gain any new members or ally itself with any other hidden villages. It was essentially the other lands scampering to not fall into the same trap as the lands of fire, lightning, and whirlpool. In the few days that Ken used to travel towards the land of rain, the situation had already mostly concluded. The Three Corners Alliance didn't need any other members anyway. They were set to be the strongest organization/alliance in recent history and for the foreseeable future. This was true both in actual strength and in political power. Now, when it came to political power, the nobles could maybe find some ways to pressure the alliance in the future. But when it came to actual potential battle power, it didn't matter how much time the world had to catch up, there was no way for them to do so within the lifespan of the alliance's founders. One could easily imagine that every nation within the continent was affected by this, and the Third Shinobi War immediately ground to a halt. Troops were called back, truces were signed, and battlefields were left barren and abandoned. Even so, the damage that had been done would be felt for many generations to come, and it was only a matter of time before war broke out again. Even now, with their newly attained peace, the members of the Three Corners Alliance knew better than to consider all of their issues gone. They still had a lot to deal with, even more so than before, as they now had to wrangle new political enemies. But at least their people could rest easy. But another effect of the war ending was that people could now focus more on internal matters fully. So Hanzo's full attention was now on the Akatsuki. The salamander was not exactly well known for his patience. But he was not stupid. He knew better than to cross the Red Dot and the Dark Brotherhood. He understood that Ken's intentions were not to fund an insurgency within his nation. But the truth of the matter was that the Akatsuki was a very politically charged group with a strong anti-war ideology. It went very much against Hanzo's own ideology. Hanzo was an old war dog, it was all he knew. To him, war, as well as conflict, was something that was both unavoidable and necessary for the world to keep going forward. He was surprised by the Three Corners Alliance too, but at the same time, he expected the peace they enacted to be temporary. Nothing more than a large band-aid on the bleeding gash that represented the greed of the world. So, letting a group like the Akatsuki grow, and allowing their ideology to spread as they helped the civilians around them, was a bad thing in Hanzo's eyes. At the end of the day, he needed to act before they became a bigger pain in the neck for him. And if he handled things right, then he could also avoid getting in trouble with the Dark Brotherhood. He had to take care of things discreetly. I doubt it'll be too difficult. They're just a bunch of orphans anyway. That was the salamander's train of thought at the time. And so, he gathered a group of his most capable umbu and sent them after the Akatsuki. He didn't need to get personally involved with a group of orphans, and the less personal involvement he had in the matter, the less could be linked to him. But what he didn't expect was to see the heads of his men laid out on a table in front of him. All of them lined up, their faces expressionless. It felt unnerving, almost as if they had yet to even realize that they had died, yet their remains were already cold. But Hanzo was not exactly perturbed by their heads being on their table as much as he was about the man who delivered them. The intimidating masked man sat with an authoritative and imposing presence, his frame cloaked in an air of calculated menace. He sat down backwards on a chair, his arms resting on the back of the chair, his nails tapping on the wood rhythmically, sharply. It was hard to tell much from his features, but seeing his mask was all that Hanzo needed. And he already knew that he had messed up. The Red Dot. To what do we owe the pleasure? He crossed his arms and greeted his visitor with a neutral tone, ignoring the heads of his subordinates with practiced ease. He was currently in his typical attire, consisting of a loose wetsuit-like outfit typical of his village, accented by bandages wrapped around his wrists and lower legs, with a sleeveless jacket and standard shinobi sandals. On his head, he donned a dark hat that also displayed his village's mark, and his lower face was mostly obscured by a helmet-like respirator, which he used to keep his own poison suppressed, as his very breath was poisonous to others. Despite the situation he found himself in, he was not quite as worried as one would expect. In the first place, the people he had sent were umbu, they were told to dress as civilians, so they were quite literally impossible to identify. Hanzo the Salamander. It's an honor to finally get to meet you in person. I was on an assignment and figured I'd drop by. Ken's voice was equal parts neutral and cold. His presence was, however, still very much accentuated. The rhythmic tapping added a sense of urgency and panic into the room, to the point where even the likes of Hanzo was slightly affected, though not visibly. Well, it's nice to finally make your acquaintance in person. But I do feel the need to ask. What exactly is this gift that you brought me? Hanzo nodded towards Ken, his voice remaining the same as one of his hands gestured towards the heads resting on his desk. Oh! I figured I'd do you a favor and get rid of some spies. I was visiting the Akatsuki, and these people were suspiciously strong whilst in civilian disguises. They seem to be aiming for the Akatsuki for some reason. I know they aren't your men since you wouldn't want to harm the Akatsuki. So I got rid of them discreetly, and came to inform you of the situation. Ken shrugged a bit as he spoke, recounting the events that had transpired in little detail. There was no need for him to go into detail anyway, what happened was clear enough. Hanzo could feel a vein on his forehead bulge as he realized exactly what Ken was doing. He's doing me a favor, huh? The salamander had essentially left himself open. Ken being with the Akatsuki was something he had clearly not accounted for. He figured the Red Dot was a busy individual, especially with the announcement of the Three Corners Alliance. But it seemed that Ken defied all of his expectations. Because of how the blind monster had discovered and presented the situation, Hanzo was essentially left with only two options. One of them was to come clean and incur the wrath of the Red Dot because of his intentions with the Akatsuki. He had chances of surviving Ken's wrath, but he would most definitely end up in bad relations with the entirety of the Three Corners Alliance, which didn't bode well at all for him. And the other option was, "Thank you very much for bringing this to my attention. I will make sure to personally look into this matter. As the leader of this village, I must apologize to you." Was to take the hit straight on the chin. Accept Ken's assistance in the matter and essentially owe him a favor. No, all is well. I just hope such a thing won't happen again. I trust you to look after the Akatsuki, they are merely a group of youngsters after all. Ken smiled underneath his mask as he spoke, his tone took a light note as he slowly stood up and stretched his back. Of course, the Amigakure does owe you quite a bit for your assistance in this matter. I will make sure that no such thing will ever happen again. Hanzo continued to keep himself composed as the red dot continued to stretch for a few seconds before turning around and walking towards a window. Good. I appreciate your cooperation, Hanzo. Unfortunately, I must go, as I was merely passing by anyway. I will check in from time to time. I will bring more tasteful gifts next time, I promise. Ho-Ho Ken gave a hollow laugh as he bid his farewell. He tilted his head towards Hanzo one last time before turning into a blur and vanishing from sight. The moment Hanzo felt his presence fade, his face contorted into anger and frustration. That couldn't have gone worse. No, I can't afford to think like that. Hanzo shook his head in the end. Ken was not the type of entity that he could afford to offend. He was not stupid enough to attempt to end what a coalition of hidden villages couldn't have. Hell, he was lucky enough when he decided not to respond to any of the messages relating to the war room. The very least he could do was to try to make the most of the situation. If I can't get rid of the Akatsuki, I can at least try to hinder them discreetly in some way, maybe try to drive them away from my territory. But for now, I have to lay low. In the end, Hanzo decided that the best course of action was to wait. And while he was coming to terms with the new situation he found himself in, Ken was headed elsewhere. His direction was for the Leaf Village. He was aiming to meet with a very important figure residing there. One that was, in his lack of eyes, even more important than the Hokage. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you on part 7. Peace.